Hello. What's up, everybody? Warren, Whimsical, Rasta, Shazar, Timmy, Chipmunk, 10 bucks, Saladino, Matt, Bearded Dawn, Mystic Flame, Colette, and Kthar, Current, Van, Beacon, Uninterested Aliens, Solipsist, Taurus, Sokoman, Heroes, and Diamonds, White Wolf, Macaron, King Egg, Seraphine. How's everybody doing on this beautiful Monday, 24th of August, 2026? What's up your butt, Ronnie Rampage? Do you need to talk about it? Was anything happening to you that the rest of us aren't aware? Um, Timmy, thank you for the gift testing. I've actually sent a ticket after I saw your message in chat, so fingers crossed something can be done. We'll see. I see enough black. I'm not sure. What are you talking about? What was your "is this gonna stop" reaction related to? Communicate, express yourself. Let those feelings come to the surface so we can understand what's going on and we can make decisions about your future. Chris Yeti, how are you doing today? In Sorrow, thank you for the tier 138 months. I appreciate it. New era indeed. Nibiru, good to see you. How is life? Yeah, let me go back in chat. There were a few things that I was interested in. Current, are you here? I'm not going to say anything until I know you're here. Current. You mentioned Esoteric Ebb in the Discord. I would highly recommend it. As someone like you who likes Disco Elysium, I think you're gonna love it. I started playing it on stream. I think if the whole game had been voice acted, I would have never stopped. It was just it was just a little too much for me doing all the voice acting at the time. You know, when I was kind of struggling to even go live during that period and all that. It was just the wrong time for me to try and play that. I'm hoping I can give it a proper crack. I didn't go very far in it, so I'm hoping I can give it a proper crack at some point in the future, either on here or on YouTube. But it's a great game, so I very much recommend it, Karen. I think you would love it. Yeah, I saw Sokoman, Colette. I saw you guys talking about like the vertical thing. I mean, clearly it's not for me. Like I don't, you know, I just I don't know. To me, it's kind of weird. I don't know. I understand why people do the vertical thing because people scrolling on phones and yada yada. You know, it's just it, there's an appeal from you know, like the facilitation of being able for people to scroll and see content. For I just it does. I'm not interested. I don't like the idea. Like you know, it's to me it's like watching a movie in. I know it's not quite the same, but to me it's kind of the same thing. For my personal feelings about it, I'm not gonna watch a movie in vertical. You can turn your phone sideways. It's fine. It works. But yeah, I'm glad to know that it looks better than what you expected. I'm glad it does, Colette, for sure. What's up, Credo? I just don't think it's for me. That's it. You got to make choices sometimes. I jumped in. The stream was all black. Do you not see the framing down there? That's, you know, that's what was supposed to give you information, right? You see the title. You see the timer. There's music. It was all black. Well, that's on you. That's on you, unfortunately. I think you either didn't see or you had it weirdly framed on your specific device. Yeah. Like if you see the title down there right now, that was always there. So I'm glad they're adding new things, even if it's not for me. Yeah. Auto switches when you switch phone orientation. Yeah, I get that, but you know, I'm on web. I couldn't see other stuff, just black. I think you just missed it. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't see it. Either you have a formatting problem on your computer. Maybe you were, I don't know, but I think you just missed it. Yeah, because that was always there. The title and the starting soon. I mean, it was a timer during the intro, but that's always there. I can go back if you want to see. That's what it looked like. Are you playing with me? I'm not. I'm not. And I'm not gonna continue trying to explain to you what you missed. Probably came in, I don't know, reacted too hastily, stopped using your eyes for a second because you saw a lot of black. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Or you have a something wrong on your. I see the border, just not your face. Yeah, that's intentional. I'm sorry. The problem's not on your monitor. It's in there, and there's nothing I can do about that. It'll be okay though. Devil's advocate is the caliber of the viewer on vertical is typically not as great as one who would be on PC. They're usually doom scrolling rather than engaging. I don't know if that's completely true, Nibiru. I've seen a bunch of vertical streams myself. I mean, I'm not that I'm a specific caliber of viewer or anything, but I think it's just everyone uses their phone vertical by default, right? Unless you're actually engaging with the specific content, then you turn it to the side. So I understand, like, I get the idea that for discoverability, it's probably good. And maybe it's one of those things like, maybe it's one of those things like the mid-roll ads or whatever that eventually I'll be like, you know what, I'll just bite the bullet and have a vertical setup just for funneling people in, right? But it's just, I don't know. I don't. There's something that bothers me about the whole presentation of it, but what's up, evidence? Yes, I will be playing Zero Parades in December. Well, I don't know if you're on the Discord, but I have like the whole tentative future schedule in the announcements. It's gonna happen around December, at the end of the year. I'm very excited for it. Yeah, I played about 5 minutes of the demo when it first came out, and I turned it off literally in when the first conversation started, because I was like, oh, okay, this looks pretty good. I'm gonna keep that for stream. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. What's up, Fritz? Another disco playthrough? Yeah, we started yesterday. Yeah, Ronnie, you're gonna be fine. I promise you, you're not in danger. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you. At least not because of my stream. I can't promise that you're not gonna run into another bad situation outside of this stream. But that's not something I have any control over. Much like what's happening right now, in fact. So, you're gonna have to move on, my friend. You cannot protect us from the outside world. I mean, this specific person, Credo, I can help you, right? Because you have the capacity of understanding my words, meaning I can have an effect on you, right? But that's a very different scenario. Oh yeah, no, I get that evidence. I I'm on a few Discord that I never check because, I don't know. It just, there's too many servers at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I'm sure it will create some interesting conversation when the time comes, evidence. And that's why I wanted the second Disco playthrough to happen before that, because I didn't want to look at anything in terms of like the making of, like, I know a few of the, like, I've heard, I've read a few things here and there, but I haven't really looked into it too deep because I wanted to do my second Disco playthrough first and then sort of inform myself on the situation better. So when the time comes when we play Zero Parades, I'll have a good grasp, I think, on what happened and what my opinion of it is. And so we'll be able to have conversations about that. It'll be an interesting side topic when we're playing the game. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the game looked great. And in fact, hold on, let us go there. There's the main menu of Disco Elysium suggests purchasing the game and promises a 20% discount, which I haven't been able to find yesterday. I'm gonna try again. I logged into Steam from my browser, which should be better. People tagging me need to settle down as I'm cool. I mean, you've proven that you're not in every single of your message until now. And I'm pretty sure only one person tagged you, so I don't know what kind of world you're living in right now. Are you drunk, Ronnie Rampage? Are you currently intoxicated in any way? Because that would explain a lot. And that will, that will play a role in your sentencing. What's a B-side? How are you doing? Yeah, look at that. Zero Parade. Save 20% now. Okay, I'm clicking on it. I was promised 20%. I'm not seeing it. It's the game's lying to me. I don't appreciate that, Disco Elysium. Although, I mean, coming from Disco Elysium, a lie or two, not too surprising. Such a scam. How about 0.05? But I'm cool. Okay, so you're basically plastered. Because nobody says, oh yeah, I'm 0.05, unless they're actually like 0.15, 0.15 plastered. Everyone's just diminishing their current sobriety. How about we do this, Ronnie Rampage? How about you take a little step back from the chat until tomorrow? Unforced for now. We're cutting you off, as they say. This way you don't make this worse than it has to be. You have to be a true professional in order to know your percentage. Maybe he's got a little pocket breathalyzer, which, in itself, that's a self-report, right? Like, who goes around with that unless you know you're gonna need it? NFL's about to start? Nah. I've almost no interest in watching NFL regular season. If I happen to catch a Super Bowl, I'm like, whatever, I'll leave that on, right? But I have no interest in following any of that. I did enjoy playing the Madden games when I was younger, because I thought it was fun to sort of learn the rules and the sort of the tactics and strategy. But yeah, no, following a whole season of sport, I don't have time for any of that anyway. But I appreciate the offer. But yeah, so we started this unhinged playthrough yesterday, and man, I'm excited to get back in there, because what a start. I'm excited to see the kind of nonsense we can get into. Oh yeah, we've already called a woman a whore evidence and almost punched a hole through her door, so you know. And we're currently walking naked in the on the top floor of the Whirling in Rags. So okay then, yeah, no, we're intentionally making the most extreme decision. Basically, the way I'm approaching it is the option I would pick last on a normal playthrough is probably the one I'm gonna pick this time around. Like intentionally going for like extreme decisions, and I'm not sure exactly, you know, like I'm sort of waiting to see the kind of character we're gonna become, right? It's gonna like sort of develop along the way, and then maybe we'll have like a more specific roleplay. Right now, I'm really roleplaying drunk guy wakes up in his, you know, in his hotel room, still probably pretty drunk, hungover, and he's just like basically barely existing, right? The id has taken control. Like there's no reasoning behind that man's eye. He's like running rampage right now, right? That's what's happening. And then we'll see when the dust starts to settle. We'll see what kind of actual. We'll see if we have like a specific through line, personality-wise. But yeah, we're basically letting electrochemistry take over, and whatever happens, happens. What's up, gnomes? What's up, White Worm? Pocket Much, good to see you. Self-insert. No, the first one was a self-insert playthrough, standing on every fence that I could find for an hour. This one's very much letting the subconscious take over, you know. Although not mine, the one of a deranged character. Yeah, I wouldn't punch a door. Yeah. I don't know. The door did nothing wrong. Why would I punch it? Yeah, that's true in Uninterested Aliens. You know, there's a bit of a performance art element to this, which I can appreciate. What did you go as in your first way you went you picked? Whoa, that's a lot of verbs. I'm not sure I understand the question. But my first playthrough, the stats were 5-5-1-1. So more like intellect, psyche focused. The opposite of this time, right? And I basically was making the decisions I would make of, you know, if those options were being offered to me in real life, right? So it was very sort of measured. Let's put it this way. We never drank anything. We never took any drugs. It's going to be very different this time around. Just wanted to say your new sound mix sounds great. Thank you, Glegor. I appreciate that. It's it took me the better part of a whole day to just do tests and fine tuning. It's one of those things. Like, that's the thing with audio, right? It's so minimal. Like, you're doing so many small things, and most people won't notice the difference. But it's there, right? Like, it does make, to me at least, a noticeable difference. But yeah, most people, you know, are probably either watching on phone or not that great of a setup, so you barely hear the difference, right? But I don't know. I like that it was part of the whole refresh of the channel, which I'm very happy about. What's up, Tioma? The balance was a bit more restful before, but in terms of clarity and contrast, it's better. Yeah, I think it was a little softer before, but it was also more muddied. Yeah. I had a considerable bass boost on the voice previously, which made it sound a little softer, a little rounder, but also a lot less clear, especially with, you know, in moments where the music kind of swells and the game's being kind of loud. It was much harder for my voice to cut through, which is what I went for this time around. And I still think, I mean, I don't know, you'll let me know if that's not the case, but I still feel like the overall mix is pretty soft on the ears. Like, it's not too bright or too aggressive. So I think it's probably still fine to listen to if you're winding down or even like taking a nap or something. Like, it's still not gonna wake you up, right? It's pretty well compressed and everything. And we don't have any more sound alerts, which adds to that sort of peaceful nature, right? What's up, Baptist? How are you doing today? Less emphasis on low frequencies? Yeah. For sure. Oh yeah, during my time, that's a deep cut for the true fans right there. But hold on. So during my time off in the past few weeks, I did a second playthrough of Redacted. And you know, I'm not sure I would put that in my top 3 games of all time, because, you know, it's hard to get in there. But if there was a top 4, and if we included adult games, it would probably be number 4 in terms of, like, again, I know, like, it's not a beautiful piece of art on the same level as Disco or Blueprints or all those things, but the writing in this game is the sort of the emotions, the writing, the characters. It is so good. It is so impressively good. I cannot believe, like, and playing it again and making completely different decision. So many different options, so much depth, so much layers. Like, ugh, what a game! What a game! What's up, Dyrol? How are you doing today? Goose, good to see you. I want to know so bad. And you never will. Unless, I don't know, maybe at some point I'll make it like a... maybe one day I'll record a playthrough of it, and it'll be like on Patreon, you know, like something like that. That's the way I could see this make the light of day, you know, one day. That would be brilliant marketing. But that's the thing, the knowledge isn't worth very much, right? Because one person knows and then they can tell everyone else, right? It's only interesting if there's a playthrough, a recording that comes with it. And then it's like, oh shit, you know, like there's actual content to watch, right? So, I don't know, something to think about very much down the line, but you know, I'm not there yet. First I wanna get the YouTube going properly, right? And then we'll see. It's definitely not in the exclusive tier 3 Discord server. Yeah, no, there is no exclusive tier 3 Discord server. That does not exist. You people always think I'm joking, but there is no tier 3 Discord server. That it is not a thing. I don't understand the question, Ronnie. You have one last chance to explain yourself. I don't even know if it's a question. There's no question mark. If there was, we wouldn't let Daniel know. Well, that's true. Unless someone created a tier 3 Discord server that I'm not aware of. Which... What do I know? I'm not... well, I mean, technically I am a tier 3 on my own channel, but... you know... Which redacted game were you talking about? There's like 5 games with that... No, well, that's not the name of the game. That's the point. It is... we're talking about an adult game that I first played last year, about a year ago. And I'm not mentioning the name, because I don't want to promote the game in particular for a bunch of reasons. It's nothing too bad, I just don't want to promote this specific game on my public channel. It's not like a weird, you know, super controversial game or anything, right? Nothing of the sort. It's just a matter of principles. But it's a great fucking game. It's super well written. The characters are interesting. There's depth to it. I'm very impressed. It is the only game where the only adult game that you will play for the, like, legitimately for the characters and story, more than for anything else. And have a great time with it. Like, the way I like to put it is, if you faded to black for every, like, you know, adult scene, it would still be a fucking amazing game. Which you can't say that about a lot of those types of games, I don't think. Not that I've played that many of them, but that's my impression, right? Both of them, Ekthar. What's up, Nephilim? What's up, Sephirox? Super Seducer? No, Super Seducer, you can play that on, you know, you can play that on Twitch. This is not something you can play on Twitch. I'm about to purchase Expedition 32. Have you played it? I'm afraid the turn-based fighting. Any thoughts? Wait, they made a sequel? No, I know you mean Expedition 33. Okay. I think... I'm afraid of turn-based fighting. Have you played any of, like, the old school, like, Final Fantasy stuff, or like Persona or any of that? Like JRPG? Like, it's not turn-based in the Baldur's Gate 3 sense, right? it's a lot faster, a lot more, you know, snappy in that sense. It's very much like JRPG turn-based, right? So if you have any experience with that, and you're okay with it, you know, I think you'll be fine. Here's my thoughts. Most people love that game, so I think there's a good chance you would enjoy it. Me personally, not a fan. I thought the narrative had a lot of issues. There's fundamental problems in the story and the narrative of the game in regards to the themes and the structure and a lot of the like logical connectors in the story. Most people don't think about it. Like they play and it's a game, they don't really worry about that kind of stuff, and they play through it and they're fine with it, right? I've watched several people play it. They all loved it. It's fine. I think there's a good chance you would enjoy it. Yeah, Superux. I think there's a good chance you would enjoy it. Just, yeah. If you can get it on sale to make sure you're not spending too much money. And I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you get it on Steam, you can refund after 2 hours if you don't enjoy it. Although I will say the prologue was the best part of the game for me. I think the prologue was legit like a 9 out of 10 start to a game. It's all downhill after that for me personally, but yeah, no, I think you'll have a good time with it. And don't be too worried about the turn-based fighting. I think, again, it's very snappy. There's a lot of interactive elements in it, so it feels sort of active when you're playing it. That part to me was yeah, totally fine. It didn't feel slow or anything like that, right? But you of course you have to get into it knowing what you're getting into it, right? What's up, Hubs? How are you doing today? Redacted has a 96% positive review. Wait, Koilu, are you talking about? Is there an actual game called Redacted? Or do you think you figured out the game and you're? Oh no, it is actually a game. Yeah. What the fuck? That actually looks pretty cool. We randomly found a game called Redacted. Well, randomly. I never heard of the actual game called Redacted. And it seems pretty damn cool. Looks like a Hades type game. Interesting. Huh. I'll give it a try later tonight. Whenever to see. Yeah, I think it's 2 hours on Steam, right? I don't think there's a demo of Expedition 33, is there? Nah. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, the demo, I think the prologue's really, really strong. My issues all happened after, but if you like the prologue, like play through the prologue in the span of like an hour and a half, and then you know, if you enjoy that, there's a good chance you'll enjoy the rest, I would say. I was guessing what the Redacted game was. Oh yeah, Koilu? Well, there is a game actually called Redacted on Steam that looks like a Hades-like. That actually looks pretty good. No. Where do you see like the percentage of positive reviews and all that? I mean, I'm not gonna say, but my only guess would be House Party. Well, I can say that it's not House Party, which I have played. It's not that. I thought House Party was pretty mediocre. How are you doing today, Gotra? What's the general view of Zero Parades? I mean, I'm gonna play it in December, and we're keeping all the conversations about that for then, because I'll be after that playthrough of Disco Elysium that I'm doing right now. I'll inform myself a lot more about that situation, because I didn't want to look into anything Disco in between the 2 playthroughs because I didn't want to potentially spoil myself on stuff that I hadn't seen yet. But once I'm done with that 2nd playthrough, I'll be informing myself in depth with the situation as much as I can. So when we play Zero Parades, I'll be able to have like a clear opinion on it. Right. But yeah, we're playing Zero Parades in December, so that's something to look forward to. If not for the game, for the conversation, right? What's up, Inky? How are you doing today? Yeah, Disco is back. We started yesterday, actually. But we're even, like, the fun part about it is when I was preparing the schedule for the next few months, I was trying to estimate how long the games would take me, right? To have like an idea of how many games I could fit in between the ones, like, especially like between now and December, since we have that December Zero Parades thing that's sort of locked down. I was trying to estimate how long the games would take me. I was like, okay, Disco, it's gonna be so much faster than the first time. That was my thought. The first stream of the 2nd playthrough, we didn't even go as far as the first stream of the first playthrough. I would say we're, I don't know, like maybe an hour behind or something. It's just crazy. You want to visit my video archive and see the stream while I work? What's your favorite game Mr. Streamer has played? Well, I'll let Chad answer some of those questions. For me personally, Outer Wilds is worth watching if you have played it. If you haven't played it, you should play it first, because there's a good chance it's going to become one of your favorite games of all time. If not, you can watch me play it. Blueprints, of course, incredible. First playthrough of Disco, if you haven't seen this one. All 3 my favorite games of all time, so obviously those are highly recommended. I think Cyberpunk is a good one. I had a lot of fun with that. Yeah, Subnautica, Cyberpunk, Hollow Knight, all great choices for sure. Yeah. The Cageathon, yeah, the Cageathon. The Cageathon would be fun to watch at work, I think. I would have fun. If I didn't make it, I would have fun watching it while I'm at work. I think it's a good vibe. The Cageathon is Fahrenheit, Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit, right? Like all 4 games as like a big playlist. What's up, Arnie? How are you doing today? But yeah, I think those were like the major ones. And then there's a few like smaller, interesting ones. Like Returnal was a good game. Cairn, good mention. Stray, that's an old one that didn't last very long because the game was pretty short. But you know, Stray was a fucking great playthrough. Soma was pretty good. I kind of like most of the things that I've done over the years. I mean, I haven't watched them as a viewer, but I'm pretty happy with most of the things that I've done. I think I produced a number of decent playthroughs. Like, if I wasn't me, I think I would be happy to watch my playthroughs of those games. Yeah. I wonder if that's something I should try at some point. Watch one of my own playthroughs and see how I feel about it. There's something old enough that I barely remember. Like Stray is a good example, right? It was short and so far long ago that I barely remember anything about the game. Yeah, something to think about. I wonder if that would be weird or fun. Have you played Silksong? So I started playing Silksong, Arnie, for like a couple of weeks. But it was during that sort of... Listen, before yesterday, there was a good year where, I don't know, my streaming wasn't... I was in a weird mindset. And I was struggling with even going live a lot of the days, and not all the time, but like I would say especially like the first few months of this year, like the start of this year, the first 7 months of 2026 were kind of rough, like just mentally. So there were a lot of like abandoned games, there were a lot of, you know, I was struggling to get through the day. And so, unfortunately, Silksong is one of those games that I really enjoyed what I played of it, but we had to stop the playthrough because I was playing it so irregularly that I was sort of losing the immersion and the fun of playing the game. So I decided to stop playing it for now. I'm gonna wait until the DLC, or maybe plural DLCs, are out, and a few years down the line, we'll give Silksong the attention and time it deserves. So it's gonna happen, but it's not gonna be before 2027, maybe even a bit later. We'll see. Depends on like the DLCs and all that. I'll have to I'll have to look at, like, follow sort of the, you know, DLC releases if there's gonna be more than one or whatever. Yeah. If the DLC doesn't turn into another sequel that's gonna release in like 10 years. Are you planning on playing Seros on stream at some point? I'm not sure, Zimstang. It looks like a game I want to play. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's gonna be on YouTube. Because again, if some of you are not aware yet, I do have, like, not the VOD channel, but I have a YouTube exclusive channel. That's like that's gonna be the main official channel, like not VOD archive, right? But like the main channel where I'm gonna post exclusive playthroughs, stuff that I'm not streaming, right? Like it recorded for YouTube specifically. So that's gonna start happening at some point during the fall. I'm not sure exactly when the start of the publishing is gonna happen. I'm currently recording games ahead of time to have a good buffer, and then I'm gonna start releasing like 30 minutes episodes every day once I start the publishing process. But yeah, that's a story for a little bit down the line, a couple months probably. No, Elden Ring, we'll come back to it, Gotra. I think, in fact, it currently in the tentative schedule, it is at the end of the list, meaning I currently plan on returning for Season 2 of Elden Ring Shadow of the Earth 3 in, I would say, around March, April. It should be. So yeah, no, that playthrough is going to continue. Archeesy, good to see you. But yeah, we'll see. Watch some of your Outer Wilds playthrough, was jump scared by the baby stash. Yeah, that was the very beginning of it, Macron. I started... Outer Wilds was the second game I played after I returned to streaming in 2022. After a very long hiatus. About I don't know, 7 years. And I started growing the stash when I started streaming again. I started playing Dark Souls. That was the first game I played when I came back. And after a week, I shaved again. I shaved for the first stream, and I shaved again after a week. And people were like, why did you shave your stash? And I was like, I didn't have a stash. I just didn't shave for a week. Because, you know, I had like a good stubble and everything. And that's when I was like, oh, maybe I could start growing it and see what happens. And I never shaved it since. 4 years. So yeah, you can see the chronological growth of the stash over time. Yeah, go try. I'm excited to get back into it. It's just one of those things with Souls-like that I need to be in the mood for a Souls-like, if that makes sense. If I get into it and I'm not in the mood, I'm just gonna not have fun and give up on it very quickly. So I'm just letting that build. But in the past few weeks, I've been feeling sort of the drive to play a Souls-like, because I've been watching some people play Mortal Shell too, and I was like, oh yeah, this almost makes me want to play a Souls-like again. And so I have a feeling that within 6 months I'll be primed to return to Elden Ring. Yeah. All right, and just like that, I clicked the button hoping to have like a, you know, a save list, and I could click on continue then, but no, this throws you right back in. Look at us. You might not like it, But this is what peak performance looks like. I feel like I relate to that character right now. The hell? Never noticed this thing, I don't think. There's a floor plan, look at that. Huh. Is this like, I don't know if the implication here is that this is a shared bathroom. Sort of crazy, if you think about it. Both pantsless? That's true. I am currently pantsless. It's still pretty warm in here when the window's closed and the computer's running and the lights and everything. Alright, so yesterday we punched this door, had a conversation with, what's her name, Classier. And we were about to go down to the Whirling in Rags. Oh yeah, and we have our first task, which is to find smokes and smoke them. Which will be great. And we've been pondering over the topic of Guillaume Le Million. We're only 7% on that. And we're currently naked. I'm still, yeah. I'm waiting to see if someone's gonna acknowledge the fact that I'm just naked. I fear... That's what I was thinking yesterday with Classier, is that I feel like she didn't even mention it. The implication might be that she's just used to it. I've been running around naked for like the past however many days. 3 days, I think she said I was here. Oh. Good old Kim. God, what a track. So many memories. Whirling in Rags, yeah. Summer door closed for the winter. That is such a weird thing. Like, have a summer door? I don't know. I've never been in a place that had a summer door and a winter door. Or a main door, but... I get it, I guess, you know, you want to keep the warmth in and everything. This is where the lyrics would be. A big old karaoke machine. Mic, just waiting for someone to sing into it. Big old karaoke mic, waiting for someone to keep into it, sing into it. What's up, Puka Bear? How are you doing today? The speaker is connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static. Oh, what a line. The music is seasoned with static. Also, what a strange shape for a speaker. Very flat, right? Like on a, almost like on a little stand like that. Must not have a lot of bass. Seasoned with static. Lovely. What's up, Max? How are you doing today? Stream's the highlight of my day. Thank you, Puka Bear. It's mine too. It is the highlight of my day as well. I hope your day gets better. Wow. Warren's like, yeah, this stream's the highlight of your day? Well, I sure hope it gets better. Then again, I mean, fair enough, you know. This stream shouldn't be the best moment of your day, I don't think. There's no special door for Autumn. She's got to use the normie doors. Wow, Timmy, really? This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface? Is it? Oh, yeah, I guess I see it. I thought it was like a coffee machine, but... Ooh. Can I get a fork or something? Oh, what the fuck? Nosefed. Health. Huh. Just some drugs left here to be grabbed by whoever? It's not in our inventory, so there's no description. But it appears here, yeah. The menu's been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. Oh. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. The door is bolted. A sign reads, "Kitchen reserved for personnel until 13 o'clock." 1 p.m. Yeah. Okay, there's a few more things here that we can observe. How do I do this? Do I wanna talk to this guy first? Inside, you catch a glimpse of a union paraphernalia, a strike poster, some red pennants. Okay, there seems to be, like, money on this table, but I think it's inside and I can't get to it yet. Okay, well, we're gonna talk to this person first, before we go further down.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
Gart, the cafeteria manager. I didn't remember this man's name. Gart. I remember his face, because I remember seeing his face instantly reminds me that we had that exact conversation last time, which was, he looks like... Oh, man, what's the name of that actor? We had that same conversation last time, I'm pretty sure. He looks like Bronson Pinchot. Pinchot? I don't know how you pronounce his name. Bronson Pinchot. He looks exactly like that guy. Who you might know from the Langoliers adaptation. Stephen King short story, right? And he was also in the ABC sitcom Perfect Strangers, apparently, which I've never seen. He played Surge in the Beverly Hills Cop film series. Yeah. To me, that's what he looks like. Although I do see Adam Driver, Meister. I do see what you mean a little bit. But Cousin Bulky, yeah. You didn't remember his name the first time either? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah. How are you doing today, Ivey? Late 20s, huh? Feels older. Stuffed seabird. Gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. Okay, so I'm making him comfortable. Hopefully he's gonna be like, can you put on clothes, please? I'm just waiting for an excuse.
Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan. Make some small talk.
Okay, that's funny. Empathy failure. Everything is cool. He's a big fan. Make some small talk. Love it. A little bit of Josh Groban too. Yeah, I see it. Absolutely. So cool. I love failed tests. That sort of like... It's not just a failed test. It's really like it adds to the story, right? Look at the stuffed bird.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
Oh no! I have a feeling I broke this. I don't remember exactly, but I have a feeling that I'm responsible for this. For the broken wing.
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it. most likely on a wall.
Uh-huh. That sounds like my work. I will say that sounds like my work.
A small engraved steel tag says, "The Great Skua, Stecorarius Skua."
The Great Skua. Stecorarius Skua. Huh. That's the Great Skua, right? I'm gonna appeal to his love of birds.
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the door where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. I don't think Gart wants to talk to us. Well, I don't know if it's that one-dimensional Turin, right? The empathy failure rather means that you're going to be wrong about what you think people think of you, right? So if someone actually likes you, you might think they hate you or something else, and you're going to fail to read their emotions correctly, right? Although in this particular case, yeah, I think most people probably hate us, just as a natural stance.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy? I'm a cop and I talk to whomever I please. Yeah, I'm a cop and I talk to whomever I please.
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Asshole.
A competent work of taxi. Looks like the bird. A small engraved steel tag says,
I'm gonna try those other options. What happened to the bird?
Stecorarius Skua.
Look, your buddy is over there.
No, okay.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He does not want to talk to me. What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Hey, Dwight. I wonder if I made the exact same joke the first time around. I might have. It's just how my brain works. Empathy is a core tool to processing emotional intelligence. Yeah. Possessing, not processing. Though. Yeah, empathy, I feel, Nibiru, I don't know. Empathy is an interesting topic for me. I feel like it's in short supplies these days. And I get it. And the reason why it's... Part of it is there are people who are not capable of empathy, and that's a problem, right? Or don't really train it or want to engage with it or whatever. But there's also something that I've noticed, which is there's so much fucking shit going around and suffering and pain and all that. You kind of... If you have a lot of empathy, which, you know, I like to think myself as someone who has quite a bit of empathy, you almost train yourself to just shut it down a little bit. Because you can't spend your entire day being sad about things and feeling for other people and sort of carry the entire weight of the world on your shoulders, right? That kind of... Which I think has the side effect of maybe making you a little less empathetic in general, right? Because you sort of like intentionally stifle it. And I feel like that's what's happening to a lot of people these days. Like, it starts as I'm just protecting my mental health by just not relating with everything. And then you sort of lose that muscle, right? You lose that, just that natural tendency of relating with people and reading their emotions and all that. I don't know. Human mind wasn't ever intended to process the level of information we're exposed to. We're supposed to focus on a smaller egg, the entire world, but the information age has aided desensitizing us to pretty much everything. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's the thing, right? That's kind of... I think you're providing the context for what I was thinking. I didn't look at it in the way you're presenting it, but I think that explains sort of my conclusion, which is that's our natural reaction to it, right? That's our defense mechanism in the face of that much information. We're just shutting down, right? Empathic burnout is a thing. That's why Buddhists train compassion, turn that into constructive, positive feelings. Yeah. My hot take is that empathy is not totally necessary for emotional intelligence. I mean, it probably, I don't know, like Macron, I think on like there's probably like a semantic level there, right? In the conversation, we would have to define exactly how we think about those terms, right? But yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. Instinctive empathy is its own enemy. You're programmed to empathize with your own tribe. That also means that you're more afraid of the other that is beyond your tribe. I feel that broader empathy is a skill set you have to develop and not have by default. Maybe so. Maybe so. I don't have a lot of empathy, but I have a brain I can choose to not be an asshole and help people anyway. Well, good for you for, recognizing that, Fear the Dawn. I think that might mean that you have more empathy than you think. I don't know. I don't know you, but some people are emotional vampire. I'm fairly careful about whom I invest that kind of focus on. Yeah. What's up, John McClurk? Just lurking as usual. Yeah, that username checks out for sure. Band of Brother episode where they stop socializing with the newcomers to avoid being devastated when they get offed. Man, that show is so great. I need to watch it again. It's been a good couple decades at this point, I think, since I last watched it. Empathy takes energy. If I actively cared about everything I actually care about and never get out of bed. What's up, DJ? How are you doing today? All right, Gart. You're not the bartender, you're the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
Thank you, composure. A touchy subject. Okay. I'm gonna press his buttons. You look like a bartender. Or what's the difference? What's the difference is also pretty mean, right? But it can be taken as curiosity, which I don't want to. I'm gonna go with you look like a bartender.
That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the cafeteria manager.
Okay, we'll have to go through everything apparently. What's the difference?
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Where did this Sylvie go?
She just,
He shrugs. Okay, I have a feeling... Okay, I had completely forgotten about the character of Sylvie, but this sort of rings a bell. I have a feeling that it might be someone I offended before the start of the game, and that's why she left work or something. We'll have to investigate that again. David Schwimmer's character pissed me off so much in BOV. Yeah, I don't remember him very much. I mean, again, it's been like... I don't know, I haven't seen the show since it first aired, I don't think. Or the couple of years that followed, I think I watched it. But yeah, I don't remember much. I remember he was in there, but I feel like I don't remember too much about him. Was he not like mostly in the first episode or something? Like at boot camp? I like that composure helps read him to compensate for a lack of empathy. Yeah, it's an interesting like interplay between those skills, right? Like composure gives you information, but in a different way. It's not like the tone of the voice, like the sort of like the emotions behind the words or anything. It's more like just the physical movements, which makes a lot of sense, I think. Can I prefer to think of empathy as less of a personal quality, more of an action one takes? Someone's ability to extend empathy to someone and feel what the other person feels depends on so many circumstances. Yeah. Maybe. Or maybe, you know, or maybe the altruism isn't empathy isn't necessary for altruism or generosity or helpfulness or any of those things, however you want to call them. Maybe like Ferdon, suggested. I don't know. But I mean, yeah, in general, those are concepts that are... They're not like one-dimensional concepts, right? There's a lot going into what constitutes empathy. And like you said, many circumstances. Could be context, could be life experience, could be current state of mind, could be medication, even. There's a lot going on, right? So it's hard to just... It's not as linear as, oh, your strength. You can lift that much with your legs, right? And that's your strength. It's not that kind of simple concept, right? All right, well, Gart does not seem to be very talkative today. He did not say anything about me being naked, though. A sign reads, Mess Hall reserved for union members. Doors open at 16 o'clock, 4 p.m. This royal pinball machine is unplugged. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, I'm not necessarily too intentionally, but I'm sort of trying to avoid engaging the conversation with Kim for now. A bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid is spilling out. Beautiful dark liquid is spilling out. I love that. I'm surprised electrochemistry doesn't want us to lick the table, honestly. Do not require empathy in society. In society, you help other because it's in your own interest for everyone to be okay. Man, I wish the world felt like that more. I don't. That's the problem, I think, Turin. Is that I feel like the world doesn't really... I understand what you mean, right? There's like logic in there. I don't think the world feels like that very often. And I know it's some, there's something about like the loud minorities, right? As opposed to just how general people behave. But it very often feels like, it's like sort of everyone for themselves, and fuck if my actions have negative consequences for others. I don't know. But I understand again, it's a very complex situation, right? It's the interlocked cause and effects are literally impossible to fully map out, so I get it. Yeah, Macaron, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe you can compensate that sort of lack of natural empathy with other skills. Yeah. Empathy and sympathy. Yeah. World certainly goes through phases in how well they realize that. Yeah. I mean, fundamentally, I agree with your proposition, right? That's how we should be looking at helping one another. That sense of collaboration and everyone contributing to everyone feeling better in our society, right? What's up, Snarko? If it's in your own interests, it isn't altruism anymore. I think altruism versus selflessness, right? Like again, we're deep into like semantic stuff. Obviously, the definitions are not, depend on cultural, personal, whatever, right? But yeah. I'm personally, we talked about that before, but I'm personally of the opinion that true selflessness doesn't exist at all. So I don't consider selflessness to be necessary for altruism or generosity or anything. But yeah, I legitimately believe selflessness doesn't exist. I think... I think you're always going to do something that you think is right, or at least brings you something that for you overtakes the negatives. If you compromise, if you sacrifice something, it's because you think the benefits are better than the other option. And I think we naturally think about ourselves first, even if it goes all the way to, well, I'm sacrificing everything for this person and it doesn't feel or look like I'm doing it for myself, but at the end of the day the other option would be worse, right? I would feel worse about it. I don't know. Throwback to 2.5 years ago, I remember we had that exact same conversation. I mean, not surprising in Soro, I don't think. Yeah, some of the same themes are gonna come up, so we're gonna have, and it'll be interesting to see maybe if some. I mean, I'm not gonna watch my own shit, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of my opinions on some of those questions has changed since then, right? Maybe I'll have some of the same opinions, and maybe on some points I'll have a slightly different opinion. Who knows, right? It's already a bit different, yeah. We're not stagnant, right? We're people, we change, we evolve, we are in different mindsets. I mean, I'm definitely in a very different place now than I was when I first played that game, right? And a big part of the reason why is because I played that game in the first place. Like, that's how monumental me playing this game for the first time was at the time. That it made me think about life in a slightly different way, which, for a piece of art, what more can you ask, right? Alright, let's see what this sleeping guy is doing right now. I don't get a nice voiceover? Oh, come on. A man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree. Sleeping dock worker. This man's having a nice nap. God, I wish that was me. I'm so glad. It's so interesting to see completely different skills popping up. Like that feel of seeing all the yellow and the reds rather than the purple and blue we presumably had the first time around, right? You know it means that you're going to experience something a bit different. So that's... What a great feeling.
A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch.
Carabiner? I would have pronounced that carabiner, but I guess I'm wrong. His back's gonna hurt after that? Listen, he's a dock worker. His back probably hurts all the time anyway. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this position makes him feel better because he's usually more like leaning back. Who knows, right? Hopefully he'll be fine. Just say it that way too. Carabiner? Yeah. Carabiner? I don't know. I mean, obviously the voice actor has his own little accent and vernacular. makes your fingers itch. Am I about to steal someone's fucking shit? Like, I'm definitely in no way experienced that the first time, I don't think.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Ooh. Physical instrument. Wake him up. Pick up the pills. Inspect the piece of plastic on his carabiner. And then wake him up. Okay, let's pick up the pills.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
I mean, how would I know he's asleep? But I get that's what my character thinks. It totally makes sense for my character to be completely, discarding everyone else's feelings. That's very much the angle we're going for this time around. No empathy. Speaking of the conversation. Lord, thank you for 3 months of tier 1 subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you. New disco playthrough, let's go. Hell yeah. I'm so ready for it. It's been so much fun already. It's so different and like completely... It feels already completely different just because of the choices we're making with our character. Altruism in shambles. Inspect the piece of plastic on his carabiner.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John.
Oh. A dock worker idea. Interfacing medium, still the dock worker's idea. Oh my god. It's a red check. 83%. We need a 5 or better. Hold on. I need to see if I have any interfacing help.
The worker is
Okay, cool. I can do that again. Let's see. Do I have anything that helps with interfacing? No. Well.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Apparently you're good at stealing. Yeah, we have physical stats this time around. That's our... we're doing the reverse. I don't know if you were there yesterday. Oh, Turin, maybe you were. I'm not sure, but... I think you were. Yeah. But yeah, we, Yeah, Turin. I thought Lord was... wrote the message. My apologies. Your name were right next to one another, but... Yeah, Lord, we're doing the opposite of last time, right? 5511 to 1155, which makes for a very different experience. It's been awesome. Okay, 83%. I think we're gonna go for it. Steal the dock worker's idea.
Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook.
God, the fucking descriptions are so good, though. I forgot how good the writing in this game is. I mean, I remember... It was always one of those things where I'm like, I love that game so much, and I'm always talking about how amazing the writing was. But you sort of forget about it. You remember what you feel about it, but you sort of forget what it actually sounded like and how the words were, right? And now seeing it again, it's like, man, it's so good. Like, you can reappreciate all the writing and noticing that your opinion was, your memory and your opinion of it was correct. Your fingers find their way into the shackle. I don't know, there's something that sounds so good in this sentence. Flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic idea and a leather-bound pocketbook. There's something about the words. It sounds good. And the man?
The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick.
Ooh. Hold on. Steal the documents or the pocketbook, or swipe through the pocketbook and take what's inside. Ooh. Yeah, no, that's true, Lord. Absolutely. It never, well, some of them are just failures, right? And just closes you off from something that maybe later you can interact with, right? Some of them are like gates for the progression. But yeah, most of the time you fail a check and it just leads to another story, which that's why, like, going completely like reverse stats, it opens up so many unknowns, in the sense that what I've not just because of the checks that I'm going to be able to do this time around, but because of those that I'm going to fail this time around. It's completely going to turn the whole vibe on its head. Which is very, very nice. Check failed successfully, yeah. I don't know, I steal the document. I'm hoping steal the document means I'm taking the pocketbook, right? Not just the plastic idea. I'm worried. Obviously, this is just... I'm worried that steal the document means only you take just the plastic ID and that's it. So I think I'm going to swipe through the pocketbook and take what's inside. But I wonder if I do that, I don't get the plastic idea. Maybe. Maybe I can do both. I don't know. I think the pocketbook sounds more like intriguing, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Was that inside the game, or was that real life? Did you guys hear a rumbling? No? Okay, so that was real life. Oh, there might be a storm coming. He's losing it. No. It's just there's a storm outside. Okay, as always, when there's a storm, if for some reason the stream cuts, you guys will know that, you know, I'm in an old house in the middle of the woods. When the storms happen, sometimes it just cuts everything. Internet, power, all of that. So if the stream goes down, I'll try to be back as soon as possible. By the end of the playthrough, we will be naked in real life too. What's up, Mokert? We understand the pail can interfere with your radio computer. Yeah, that's what's happening. Storm around Vevey Fribourg at the moment. Yeah, I'm not too close, but I think it's sort of either circling around or coming in our direction. I mean, look at the radar. Yeah, it's the first part's missing me, but the second part's gonna hit me. Slight wind and my power is gone usually. Got some cosmic horror upheaving the earth around you. We'll be fine. Okay, I'm gonna swipe through the pocketbook and take what's inside.
You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says 5 real. It feels nice and greasy.
Nice and greasy? I don't want my money to feel greasy. Oh, I mean, I understand, right? That they're workers. They have their hands in the grease all the time, and you know. Which is, again, like, what a beautiful detail to add to the description. And the fact that our character thinks it's nice. You know. There's so much in the writing of this game that is just adding to the understanding of the characters, and man, so good. Cthulhu just wants to borrow some salt. Black paper note with a woman's profile on it. I'm assuming an important person, either politically or something. Yeah. Oh, and I can still then steal the document. Nice. All right, so I was struggling with the decision, and we can actually do both, so that's great. And I got 5 monies, which is great. Okay, steal the document.
You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore.
That man's a deep sleeper. Completely unbothered. The alcohol probably had, you know, play with that. Like, I had to do with that. And we have a dock worker ID card. Let's close the carabiner.
The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. He remains silent.
Now I'm thinking, should I just, what if I wake him up? Is he going to realize that I stole from him? Let's see. A standard issue dockworker shift card, doubling as a worker's permit. The bottom left corner holds a picture of the man this item used to belong to. Yeah, I love the description. The picture of the man this item used to belong to. The two of you look nothing alike, just so you know. That's so good. Oh, this is so brilliant. God, this is so good. Used to belong to, of course, because we stole it, and then you look nothing alike, by the way. That being said, it's the picture doesn't seem to be... Look at that. The picture's not where the description says it is. Mediocre. 2 out of 10 video game. Bad writing. Alright, now my question is, if I wake him up successfully, is he gonna know that I stole from him?
The worker is in a deep
I mean, we have
slumber.
to. We have to try. That would actually be very me. Like, waking him up, and if I'm confronted, be like, yeah, well, you should, you know, take care of your shit better. Let's try. Do I have anything for physical instrument? I don't think so. Oh, no. Electrochemistry. Okay. Unhinged indeed, yeah.
The
Completely
worker
erratic
is in a
behavior.
deep slumber.
I would never do that if that was me, so let's do it, right?
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Okay, well, it's a white check, so we can come back to it later. Hopefully we manage to wake him up at some point. You can help him look for it. Yeah, that'd be great. My shit was stolen. No worries. I'm a cop. I gotcha. Oh, yeah. The game keeps track of your checks that you can still do. Oh, that's wonderful. I forgot about that. That's great. Oh,
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
oh my god, it's happening. Okay, interesting. I was clicking there, and apparently I can't go through here, so it made me go the other way around, right? And passing next to this again, electrochemistry triggered this time. I guess I failed the first check, and this time it succeeded. all those like background checks that are happening. Makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. I'm gonna quote. I've seen. There's this comedian that pops up on my feeds lately. His name is Charles Haycock, which great name by the way. And he has a joke about him being so drunk or high that he makes himself like a cracker with some syrup on it. But then in the morning, he wakes up and he sees the cracker with the syrup on it, but he doesn't remember the syrup thing. It's a cracker with some sticky stuff around it. And the way he puts it is, there's nothing worse than a mysterious sticky. Because you have to try it. You have to taste it. And there's really, it's a very low chance proposition. Because like, most of the time it's, it's going to be a bad choice. Like, there's not a lot of outcomes where you're like, oh yeah, awesome. So this reminds me of that. Curiosity is a curiosity. Yeah, no, I mean, I totally relate with that. It's a lose situations you have to go through. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it myself. I'm kind of like, I would probably smell it and then touch it and then wash my hands. But I totally relate with the idea that the only way I can know what this is by tasting it. There's no other options. If the smell doesn't give anything away, that's it's a Rico. High risk, a low reward. Choices are my favorite. That is the philosophy of this playthrough, I think. High risk, low reward. How long have you been up? An hour, 2 hours? Pretty long. It's drink o'clock.
Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there. Not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself.
We went too long without thinking about drinking. I think they used to do that with saltpeter in French. Bitter taste or whatever. I've been secretly thinking about it all this time. Actually, should I be thinking about this? Looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me. Now that you mention it, I do need a rum and lemonade. I'd love for Gart to serve me up a beverage. Maybe later. I've been secretly thinking about it all this time. We have, actually. We mentioned drinking a lot during the beginning of this playthrough.
There he is. The old boy, the devil. You rascal, you. Let's celebrate right now by licking that stain off the counter. Do it. It'll be wild.
Lick it. Don't lick it. Lick it, but only a little. Oh no, we're going full in. I'm gonna slap my tongue on this thing and, lap it up. That sounded a lot dirtier than I wanted, but you know what? I'm okay with it. You gotta know what you're good at. I think I used a French word in there. Oh no, lap it up is actually a thing in English as well. Hey. I mean, that's what I'm always saying. English is easy. You just take French words, you just throw them in there with an English accent, and most of the time it's going to work out. Kim doing his best not to stare. Yeah, he's like very sternly looking forward. Like I'm not taking part in this. We haven't started, we haven't started collaborating. I have a good chance of getting away with it if this goes to court. That's what Kim's thinking right now. All right, lick it.
You press your tongue against the counter. The stain is crusted at first,
Aww.
but after a couple of licks, it starts to melt like a snowflake. If snowflakes were made of spiced black rum, maybe it's your imagination, but there's already some lemonade in it too, and some human hairs.
Oh, that was a fucking roller coaster. I don't know. Some of it almost tasted good for a sec. Spiced black rum and everything. The human hair, though, I could have done without. Also, the stain is crusted at first. What a description.
It would go well with those cigarettes. That's a great combination.
Oh my god. This is so funny. All of my quests right now are finding booze and finding smokes. I'm sure we're gonna add drugs to it soon enough. The hangover feels really bad. You have to take the edge off. Find a bottle of alcohol, put it in your hand, equip it in the held slot in your inventory, and the magic will happen on its own. Very different quest log than I had the first time around. I can tell you that much. Alright, let's see. How do we know it's human? We're a detective, Plush Master. The power of deduction. I'm gonna save Kim for last, I think.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife. Hello, sweetie. I have some good memories of this character, I think. Like I don't remember exactly the details of everything, but the vibe I'm getting is one of positivity. I remember enjoying it. And I obviously remember a good bit of the cryptozoologist sort of quest line. I thought it was pretty good.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
She nods toward the man in the orange bomber jacket. Aw, she's so nice. I am not excited for the horrible things I'm going to say or do to her later on. She didn't even mention that we were naked. How nice is she? Like, nobody's saying anything. All right, Kim. Kim is gonna have something to say about that. He's gonna be like, do you want to put on some clothes first before we, start working? It has to be. It has to be.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Me indeed.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting.
Okay. I wonder how he feels about my accoutrement.
On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Yeah, the reflecting things. Yeah. I love that it's called enigmatic, even though reasonably we can assume that it's like reflective little things for security, safety during the nights. Well, listen, guys. I know some of you are going to be very upset with me during this playthrough, because I don't think I'm going to be very nice with Kim, and I know Kim's a fan favorite. But you guys are going to have to deal with it, okay? Don't shake his hand.
Hello. I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
Kim's voice, man. So many memories. Reason I'm unable to do a run like that? Yeah, well, I'm embracing it. I'm embracing it. He looks unfazed. Interesting. So nothing about... No?
You realize he is waiting for your name.
I don't know my name. Conceptualization medium. Invent a name for yourself. I wonder... I'm pretty sure... I don't remember if I did that on my first playthrough, if I succeeded or what, but I'm interested to see what happens if I fail. If I'm gonna just make up a stupid name. Again, no mention of anything about my lack of clothes, which... My reputation precedes me, clearly. I could also say nothing and be like a proper asshole. But I think inventing a name for ourselves is more fun. That's right.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
I mean, hold on. I think it's a good name. It's so cool. It's very cool. But when I come off like a douche, if I call myself that, it's very, very cool. Maybe just a bit too ostentatious. My name is Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. It's so cool.
Yes, it is. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name for one classy cop. Say it.
My name is Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Yes, well,
He doesn't even process what you just said and just moves on.
it looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
You mean him? Not towards the cafeteria manager? Yeah, just talk to him. No, I haven't. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. You're taking me for someone else. He just accepted it. He accepted my name. He probably knows my name. I would assume. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what the... I remember that there was some nonsense about like not knowing your name and then eventually finding out. But I have a feeling Kim must know my name. I don't remember exactly what happened there. We'll see. We'll figure it out. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. You're taking me for someone else.
No, I don't think so. We should ask him for a rundown of the area, now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Yes, the police. I'm aware I'm a policeman. What interviews? I have, yes, I haven't. What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that?
He gestures
Maybe
with
it's
his
not an
fingers.
inter-district practice.
He gestures with his fingers. I cut him off, I'm sorry. Yes, the police. I'm aware I'm a policeman.
Right. And the interviews?
Taps his foot. More out of habit than impatience. I haven't. I could say I have, which is not true, but... Let's see. I have, yes.
Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
It's interesting for me to think about me just pretending that I know what he's talking about. Dead body? I don't like dead bodies. Look, man, you know... Yeah. No. Completely. I feel like he's asking me questions that he already knows the answers to. Completely.
Completely. Does that mean you took the body down from the tree?
Look, man, you know, yeah.
Does that mean the body is no longer in the tree?
I don't like dead bodies.
Sure. But did you take it down from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So the body is still in
This
the
is
tree.
so funny how you can like skirt around before you get to the inevitable answer because you know he already knows. It's so awkward. Like a parent catching their kid in a lie, exactly.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Oh, that's not great.
What a shame. Get to it now. Rip that body down from the tree.
Oh yeah, physical instruments showing up, huh? Don't worry about the body, I'll rip it down. What if I told you I'm not really a police officer? How can you be so sure I'm from the police? But I can't remember anything. What were we supposed to do again? Don't worry about the body, I'll rip it down.
After it's been up in a tree for that long, any kind of ripping is inadvisable.
Delicate goods, filled with stinking horrors.
Wow, that's a great line. Delicate goods filled with stinking horrors. So evocative. The writing in this game. What if I told you I'm not really a police officer?
We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will.
There is no such thing as a police officer. Well, that's a profound statement by Kim right there.
But first, we have to take it down.
He concludes. How can you be so sure I'm from the police?
I was to meet a detective from Precinct 41 at the Whirling in Rags, who arrived here 3 days ago. I am told that that is how long you have been here. Besides, you match his description.
He looks you over. Is the naked, glorious body in front of you what tipped you off, Kim? I mean, I understand. You know, people see a naked Greek god walk amongst them. They're gonna talk about it. What description?
Precinct 41 said they were sending the most seasoned detective. And you certainly look seasoned.
Season. Seasoned and marinated, yep, like a good steak. That's right, I'm a man for all seasons, baby.
Sure. Though, I would also suggest that you locate your blazer with your official insignia.
He points to the white rectangle on his sleeve. Okay, hold on. We have a first acknowledgement that I'm not wearing what I'm supposed to be wearing. This is a first. All right, Ronnie, I'm going to put you on a timeout so that you can decant. All right? You're not getting banned. I'm just putting you on a timeout. All right? You can decant, get your faculties back, and then feel free to come back tomorrow. Hopefully either not drunk or at least capable of you know, holding it in if you are. Your chat privilege has been revoked. For today. But I'm glad you're having a good time. Decant is wild? Is that not an expression for that kind of stuff? Yeah, the Ronnie was over-seasoned today. For his own protection, exactly. Because, you know, if someone gets a little too annoying in chat, you don't get many second chances around here. So sometimes a little timeout for the day is for your, for your own protection. It's not an expression, but I like it. Really? Oh, damn. I feel like I've heard it before. In that context. I know what it means, like, in the, like, you let a wine decant, right? But I feel like I've heard that said about someone who was too drunk before. Maybe I picked it up in, like, a TV show or something, and that was supposed to be, like, like a metaphor at the time, and I definitely didn't make it up. I stole it from somewhere. No, it's not from French. I would, if I were to guess, I think I've heard it in Californication, because I've been watching that recently, and there's a lot of drugs and alcohol in that TV show. So, and there's a lot of, like, really nice writing and expressions, and I would assume it came from that. Yeah. They're just white rectangles.
They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I could step into the headlights of my kinema and show you, but right now, I just need you to do your job.
But shouldn't I have a badge or something? Check your ID. That is so good. That is so good. Finally, the game noticed. Yeah, that's the first indication in the game. Well, second, after Kim noticing we didn't have a jacket, right? But this is the first, like, proper acknowledgement that we're currently buck naked, just in our undies. And socks, to be fair. Should check the socks as well. Oh, that is brilliant. All right. Shouldn't I have a badge or something? Check your undies. I can imagine him, like, shoving his hand down there.
You mean you don't have a badge?
It was not on me when I woke up. Pretend you found it. I have my badge. I'm a policeman and I have my badge.
Oh, if you didn't have your badge, then that would be very bad. You would need to report it on my shortwave. But since you do have it, we can go straight to the task at hand.
He's so understanding. Oh. There's a moment's pause. It lasts longer than it may ordinarily, given the circumstances. Report your badge missing. Okay.
All right, come on now. If he hasn't said anything about your lack of pants, no one will. You're only hurting yourself by not wearing them.
Holy shit! Oh, that is so good. Yeah, that is insane. What a way to deal with that. Okay, I have goosebumps right now. What a fucking clever way to deal with that. Because, like, okay, there's a lot going into this, right? Obviously, if you're making the game, you don't want to burden yourself with having a specific interaction with every person you're going to meet, right? Because that would be, that would be an unreasonable amount of writing to add to the game for something that most people won't engage with. So you could completely ignore it, but then there's always, like, the lingering thing of, oh, it's weird that no one's just, mentioning the fact that I'm naked. So this is such a clever way to do it, using the game's the way the game's framing the narrative. By having Volition being like, yeah, no, I mean, if Kim doesn't mention it, nobody will. Just play the game, put clothes on, right? So clever. This is so freaking good. Like, I cannot express how smart that is from the writers to deal with it like that. Because now you can't complain about nobody saying anything, right? The game did acknowledge it. And it just completely bypasses the entire thing. It's so clever. I am so impressed. I'm curious what would happen if you failed that check. I'm assuming you can't. My expectation is that it's a guaranteed success. I don't know, but that would be the way I would do it if that were me, right? You would trick that one to make sure it triggers. Yeah, would it not? I mean, it's not just a budget thing. Of course, the budget plays into it, Moker, but right, it's more of a like the time investment, regardless of your budget, is unreasonable for like the 0.1% of people who will try to do a naked run. But yeah, I mean, it's so clever, absolutely clever. Would have been so much easier to break the fourth wall, but they figured it out within the system. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes total sense. And like the way the game talks to you about it, you know, come on now. It's like the game knows what you're doing. It's like, come on, man. The rest of the game, those setups are unrealistic. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair, Bokert, for sure. It is a mind-blowing amount of writing and nuance based on every decision you make, and the so many small details. Like what a game. Yeah, what a game. I am thoroughly impressed right now. I didn't think it was possible, but there's a chance that I come out of this game feeling even, feeling like the game was even better than I thought. Like, my opinion of the game might rise by playing it again, which that's quite unusual. Just because I'm going to see so much more of it. I'm going to see so many different things, and I'm going to be able to see some of the depths and stuff that I may have missed the first time because of the different choices, right? See the scope of what's actually in the game and what has been thought of, and so impressive. All right, well, I guess the naked run is over, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna start putting on clothes. But I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
He says after a moment of silence. I've seen officers go through worse, much worse. That's an interesting little detail. What kind of people have you been working with, Kim? If I'm not the worst you've ever seen, I am sorry for you. And I'm also sorry that I'm not going to make it better. Hey, there's still time. Maybe by the end of it, I'll be the first person he's ever worked with.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
Okay.
A painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating with discomfort.
Pulsating with discomfort. My head, yeah.
The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that, so cigarettes will have to do.
And morphine would be just right now for our character. For Raphael Ambrosius, what's his name again? Cousteau. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Not wrong. Morphine is great. I've never had any. I've never been injured or been in like a hospital needing morphine. I remember when my dad, was taking morphine in his last few days, but yeah. Never been on morphine myself. What's up, Sela? How are you doing today? I got 2 shots years ago in the ER. Yeah. I mean, painkillers are doing what they're supposed to do, right? That stuff's very efficient. What were we supposed to do again?
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down.
All right, let's go.
After you, officer.
Hell yeah. And thus, the game truly begins. We have little Kim there. We're ready to go. You need to report your missing badge to the 41st precinct as soon as possible. Lieutenant said that you can use the radio on his motor car to call your station. Cafeteria manager at the Whirling in Rags might know something about the murder that happened in the yard. Ask him about it. Inspect the body hanging in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags. This is a preliminary inspection. You just need to suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. We'll be fine. Alright, well, let's put on clothes, I guess. I mean, the negative ones are... Electrochemistry, I'm okay with it. Losing a bit of savoir-faire is a bit annoying, but... Can I put the jacket over... Oh yeah, hell yeah, look at us. Because the jacket's only a bonus, so I'm gonna definitely wear it. Less suggestion, more conceptualization. Yeah, that's fine. More composure, less savoir-faire. More Inland Empire? Sure. Do I want to put my shoes on? Do I care about getting less savoir-faire? I already have less savoir-faire. Oh yeah, the pants are... Yeah, why not? I'm not a thief anyway. Wait, why can I not? Oh. Yeah, let's get fully dressed. This is fine.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet.
Nice. Copiously green. Indiscriminately snakeskin. Wait, do these not look like normal cop shoes?
It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are.
That's right. Composure knows me.
You may be what they call a big dick cop.
I'm a big dick cop. Yep. That's about right. Although, I will say, when we were in our underwear just now, the bulge did not look that big. That said, we might be a grower, not a shower. So. Oh, Anonymous. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. That's very generous. Out of nowhere. Anonymous gifter. Whoever you are, I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And everyone who got a sub, enjoy the ad-free experience. Hell yeah. Some good names in there. Hey, Bitterberry. How are you doing today? Excellent timing for subs talking about big dig jokes. That's true. We have a big dig anonymous gifter. Or, you know. What's the equivalent of a... like, big pussy doesn't sound the same for some reason. It doesn't have the same undertone, you know? Yeah, I don't know. What would be the equivalent? Big thighs? You know, something that is associated with, like, powerful, you know? Big ovaries? Yeah, maybe so. Big Bussy is a character from the Sopranos, to be fair. That's true. That's true. Thick thighs save lives. That's what I hear. Yeah. Girl boss? Yeah, I guess, but that's not quite the equivalent, right? Yeah, I don't know. I was wondering if there was a feminine version of, you know, big dick energy. but I don't think so. Only men need that stuff to feel better about themselves. Women just know they're strong, you know. Big Mama, you know. This is literally true according to a recent medical journal study. Highly controlled factors. Hold on, DJ. I need to, is there actually like, or with DJ you never know if he's joking around or if it's actually true. I mean, though, to be fair, it would make sense. In the, you know, some amount of musculature or thickness to the body, it tends to help with, you know, absorbing shocks or surviving dangerous situations. I'll find a paper and link it, please. Big tits energy? I don't know. It's not something you hear, right? That's the thing. Also, you got to give love to tits of all sizes. I'm very much a proponent of, like, you know, this game is gonna make me say things. I personally think boobs of all sizes are amazing. Big fan. Big tit energy is just a sore back. Colin, that is such a good line. I love it. And here's the actual article. Thigh circumference and risk of all-cause cardiovascular and cerebrovascular mortality, a cohort studies. Okay. What the hell? I want to know what happened to get there. Like, at one point, are you like, yeah, this is going to be the topic of our study? What an amazing title, right, Mokert? So impressed. There was another paper from 2009 as well, finding similar. This is a separate study trying to reproduce the results, it seems. I didn't know scientists were going quite that deep in that topic. Some memes just write themselves. It's fantastic. Drinking with your PhD buddies, yeah. All right, let's go back to Big Dick Cup right there. Big Dick Raphael. Ambrosius Cousteau. Big Dick Raph. That's what I'm going to call myself until I know better. That's going for my not skipping leg day argument. Leg day was the best. I don't know why people skip leg day. Leg day was always my favorite when I was hitting the gym 6 times a week. Doing 2 leg days per week. I'm actually very excited to go back to the gym. I've been thinking about taking a subscription again. Membership. I know I've been talking about it for a while, but I want to do that this fall. Yeah, Ankthar, for sure. Anyway, how do they fit, those shoes?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now.
Aw.
Truth be told.
Hell yeah. There's nothing better than comfortable shoes. especially if you've had uncomfortable ones on for a few hours. And then you slip into those nice, comfortable slippers at home. And it's like, it feels exactly like the morale healing here. Feel like a breath of fresh air. You know? Beautiful. Less about if it's a fun workout and more there's less specific reverence for muscle legs on guys that have the legs so the arms don't look ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I understand, but I think like the idea of like, oh, you need the big upper body and you don't care about the legs. That's very much a pants wearing kind of thing. We've been wearing big pants too much. But, you know, I get it. The upper body is more prominent, right? It's what you see first, yada yada. But I don't know. For me, completely outside of the aesthetic thing, I just, from like just a feelings perspective, leg days always felt so good because that's when you're lifting heaviest, and it sort of. Those were the workouts that you felt in your entire body because your core is always very engaged, right? Doing deadlifts and stuff like that. Deadlifts always been my favorite lifts. They feel so good, so satisfying. Yeah. Outside of even the aesthetic aspect of it. Time to get out the kilts? Hey, hell yeah, live your life, man. Yeah. Accidentally RP as his character? What do you mean? I'm giving encouraging, wholesome advice about working out. If I was role-playing my character, I would say, fuck working out, just drink more. Well, you know, it'll make you forget about the fact that you need to go work out. Leg days made me cry more than once. I mean, it can be tough, but it's always been my favorite. Will never change. Alright, so we have good shoes. Can I talk to Kim more?
Yes?
Tell me about the case. I think you should know that I can't remember anything. I want to talk to you. You seem to be following me. Wait, what did Timmy say again? You know how the old saying goes, beggars can be choosers? Oh my god. Was Naz having issues fishing? Yep. And I said fishu. Fishers. Which I think is a... Come on, give me some credit, Timmy. You, of all people, should be pretty proud of me for that one. Alright, Kim. 11 out of 10, great. Thank you. See? I should be ashamed, yeah. That's not what that doesn't matter. Tim should be proud of me. And I should be ashamed. Both those things can be true at the same time. I'm not, though. I'm way past shame at this point in my life. You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
Oh no! Beat it, you're cramping my style.
Frankly, Detective, you're in a deranged state. I can't let you proceed without close supervision. In fact, under normal circumstances, I'd be duty-bound to report you. Take it as a token of good faith between our precincts that I haven't done so.
Okay, hold on. Kim. Reporting me? Now you're just being unreasonable. What if I need some me time?
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself.
The lieutenant considers this a moment. This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. Well, okay, I disagree on that. It is very much a journey of self-discovery. You just don't know yet, Kim. You'll eat those words later. On second thought, maybe I need someone to cramp my style every now and then. Yeah, that we're just gonna pretend that we're accepting him because of our own reason. It's like we'll never agree that he's right. We'll just be like, you know what? Yeah, I after consideration, I think you should hang out with me. I think you'll be great. Never accept that I'm wrong and he's right. Always make it seem like it's my idea.
You might. It's important not to let one's style interfere with their work.
Oh, man. Okay, well, tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it, I can't remember a single thing. Would you say this is a mysterious case? If we are from different precincts, why are we on the same case? Literally anything about it, I can't remember a single thing.
Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
I know literally nothing about it. Only what you've told me before.
Do you want me to brief you?
Nah, I'll wing it.
There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. I did. 3 days ago,
Oh,
the
come on.
RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate.
So it's been 7 days total. That's a brainy. It's a Mireflow. Railroaded. But this is cool, because it still gives you the information while allowing you to roleplay the way you want, right? I don't mind. And it makes sense with the way Kim just reacts to it.
During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Okay. Does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Who was the caller?
To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Hold on, and the RCM is? Of course, yes, I understand everything now. Let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer. I still don't understand anything. I still don't understand anything.
Okay, well, we are police officers. It is our job to find the killer. So that's what I intend to do. You should try it too.
He's so nice. It's gonna be so painful to be an asshole. Because he's so nice. I forgot how nice he was. It's our job to find a killer. That's what I intend to do. You should try too. You know, is very wholesome. Can we go over the preliminary info again? Would you say this is a mysterious case? Hold on. Can I go back there? Can we go over the preliminary info again?
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
Brief, yes. That sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report.
Okay,
During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings.
Mega cool. I've heard
The caller
enough.
did not. Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know?
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved, you know, something supernatural. White male in his 40s, what more do you need? Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious. Okay, so the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy? Oh, man. It's between 1 and 4 here for me, I think. Something supernatural. Although the case is probably not mysterious, could it be sexy? That would be the like if I was playing this clean, like as myself, right? This would be the last one I would pick. Probably. So this should be the first I pick this time around. Could it be sexy? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. Okay, so the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy?
There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was
Continue.
Cut this boring stuff off immediately. You know what this case is about.
Oh god, electrochemistry getting involved. Maybe there's a young woman involved. Are you sure there's not some sex angle we should be considering? Oh, I guess that settles it then. You guys know what I have to pick there. We have to pick the Freudian option. Are you sure there's not some sex angle we should be considering?
good point. Martinez is famed for its occult sex murder rites. We'll get on it immediately.
Whoa! Hold on. Whoa, really? That's mega sexy. It doesn't have to be a cult. It can just be sex murder. It doesn't have to be murder. It can just be sex. Every answer is amazing. Oh. Every answer is just amazing there. I'm gonna go with one, though. Wow, really? That's mega sexy.
No, not really. Was there anything else?
Come on, Kim. I understand you're doing sarcasm, but I was really hoping the occult sex murder rites were true. Sounds like a fun party, you know, on a Monday night.
He's basically challenging you to sex it up with some lurid twist. Don't get right into it. Sit on it a bit. Then hit him with it.
Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna come back later, isn't it? Something's gonna come back later. Well, electrochemistry is gonna make me do some weird things this time around. If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
I don't remember being in on anything. You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia. Tell me about it. I think my my biggest indicator of what option I'm picking is usually the one that makes me laugh the most. Like that seems to be the key for this the choices in this one. And you know, and when I played the first time, again, like doing like a pretty much straight cop, trying to stay sober and do things in a reasonable manner, there would be the choices that make me laugh, but I would never pick them because they were a little too extreme or unhinged. So this is great. Being able to finally embrace the full comedy of this game is what a beautiful experience. We're definitely it's almost changing the genre of the game, right? From this sort of psychological drama to raunchy comedy. It's beautiful. It changes the tone of everything. I love that. You know what I'm on? What I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
A cup off?
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
Pissing competition. Apparently there was a pissing match between the Precinct 41 and Precinct 57. Ask Kim about this after the initial inspection of the body is done. I don't remember anything about that. It's gonna be interesting. You should tell me now. This seems relevant.
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
His voice is unflinching. Actually, I have all I need for now.
Good.
Oh, it's Inland Empire. Fuck. Oh, this should be electrochemistry. God damn it. I don't think I ever had those options the first time around. If I did, I don't remember. But well, we're gonna have to find ways to boost our Inland Empire, I guess. I mean, I'm gonna try because it's a white check anyway. There's no reason not to. Maybe we'll get a double 6. You never know. Tell me about the case again.
What do you want to know?
Oh, okay.
Good.
I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow.
I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
I'm afraid this is a medical condition. What's wrong with personal affairs? What should I concentrate on? But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me? What's wrong with personal affairs?
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
Yeah, exactly, Engthar. We're going to be taking drugs until we manage to pass this test. What should I concentrate on?
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles.
Yeah, but work's boring, Kim. I'm completely lacking in basic information about this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Alright, fair enough. But I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
I'm talking deep neurological damage here. I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
It's not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred on an unprecedented scale.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
This is so good. Major brain damage on an unprecedented scale. Uh-huh. I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport. Come on, Lieutenant, open up a little. You're right. What's there to know about a lame Binoclard? Guys, I'm not gonna apologize every time, but I'm about to hurt Kim's feelings. Probably. What's up, Naz? Binoclard. Yeah, that's where we first saw the name Binoclard on this stream, and it started becoming part of our vocabulary, right? Obviously, it's a French word. I've been called Binoclard many a times when I was in middle school, because I was wearing glasses at the time, and I was getting bullied quite a bit. So I've been called a Binoclard before, and now it's time to return the favor. Hey, Enhevius. Enhevius. Discovered you to the first playthrough on YouTube. As soon as I saw the first video of this series pop up, I checked here. Hell yeah. Glad to have you. Welcome in. It's been wonderful so far. It's already... Like, there's a few things that are probably pretty similar, but a lot of them I don't remember because, you know, it's been 2.5 years. So while I remember some of the greater plot points, there's a lot of, like, the small dialogues and finer details that have completely disappeared from my memory at this time. But there's also a lot of stuff that I know for a fact I never experienced the first time around. So it's I don't know, it's really cool that I get to see all kinds of like new little dialogue lines and a very different vibe than the first time, for sure. You're right. What's there to know about a lame Binoclard?
Binoclard? Is that how they do things over at the 41st? No wonder your clearance rate is so low.
He pronounces it correctly, the French way. Well, I think Kim and I are not getting along too well this time. Yo, Current, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Enhevius. I'm going to pronounce that name wrong every time. Enhevius. I'm sorry in advance for mispronouncing your name. That's 402 total, Current. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Enhevius, enjoy the ad-free experience. And yeah, welcome in. All right, well, there's no reason for me not to try, because, you know, later I'm sure we'll get we'll get to increase our inland empire one way or another and open white checks again. There's no reason not to try, right? We want to get that double 6 potentially. Let's go.
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul.
Wow. I just got... Jesus. Yeah, that one... I'm paying for my crimes against Kim. Inland Empire putting me back in my place. You're a very banal person with a small soul. Oh!
One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you.
Jesus. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you. The soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you. Huh. I wonder what the soft one is in this case. I wonder if it's our ex-wife. You know, she felt soft and all that. Or if it's something else. Interesting. You almost lost your mind, not even left the building. Yeah, I was... Part of me... There was a half a second of me being like, I wonder if I should let it happen and see what happens. Which I'm sure it's going to be like a game over type situation, right? Like I remember in the first game, before we even left the room, I think we died like 4 times in the first playthrough, right? Failing the tie check and getting a heart attack or whatever that was. So I'm assuming this is something similar but different, right? But yeah, it will happen at some point. I'm sure. But I haven't saved in a while there, so I didn't want to risk it. I don't know how much autosaves apply during dialogue, so... All right, well, we'll have to get back to this sexy dark mystery twist. For now, you seem to be good. Speaking of saving... Oh, that was an autosave. We're gonna make a quick one. End of the day debrief with Kim. Kim can answer any lingering question you may have about the case and the RCM, joining on the Whirling in Rags balcony after 22. 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. When you're calling it a day. Call your station's Lazareth. Kim suggested you call the station Lazareth in order to sort out your health issues. You can use his motor carriage to make the call, although you don't feel hopeful. Hey, we've already completed a few quests. Look at us. We're doing great. Ooh, ooh. Alright, let's talk to, Lena?
Hello, sweetie.
The elderly woman turns to you with a smile.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Reaction speed? That's crazy. Reaction speed hitting you with the thought before you can do anything else. Who's Sweetie? Does that mean you like me? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to pick that. Okay. I'm starting to see the flaws in this plan. For some reason, I have no problem being mean to Kim. I don't know why. It's sort of, you know... He's my buddy. He'll get it. But that poor old lady? Yeah, I don't want to be mean to the old lady. It reminds me of my grandma. Well, we know the rules. Does that mean you like me?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Don't have quite a dimple on my chin, I don't think, but the rest of it was pretty accurate. Yeah, dimple-less. I mean, I have dimples here, right? But that's about it. Maybe she's talking to Kim. You don't take this from me, Taurus. She likes the stash. Check her glasses. Okay, that's rude.
But dear, you're not for me.
Aw.
I'm too old and too married besides.
Well, okay. Listen, those things are not a problem. For me. Fumbling the baddies once again. It's story of my life, Macaron. It is my destiny to fumble the baddies. What can I say? This can't keep happening. Yeah, there's another one in that series, Enktar. In Life is Strange. When we find a picture of... I don't remember his name. David? David. And, you know, it's like he looks exactly like I do. Which is so funny.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
She slaps herself on the forehead. Oh, don't do that. I can do it for you. Okay, no, I'm not. Sorry, guys. My mind is in the gutter. Oh, come on, Naz. Don't act high and mighty with me, okay? Thankfully, my pants are on right now. That's true.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up, smiling. That's a lot of information I didn't ask you for, Lena.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
How would you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I want you to be my wheelchaired partner in crime, in fighting crime, riding backyards of corpses, catching sequence killer. Roll us some cigarettes. I'm jonesing for a smoke. Nothing. I was thinking of the lyrics to a song "Wanna Roll With Me." Oh my god. 1 and 2 are both incredible. I mean, we did make getting cigarettes priority 1, right? So I should probably go 2 there. If I'm this one's almost cool, right? It's almost cool, like I'm including you in the crew and we're gonna catch criminals with us. This one's like just roll us some cigarettes. That's all you can do anyway. This one's worse, I think. Even though from a writing perspective, this one's just beautiful. Reading. Oh, it's reading. I said writing. My bad. Reading Backyards of Corpses. Her eyes light up. Oh no. She's almost getting excited for it. I have to follow my guts. I think this is the worst answer, so I'm going for it. Roll us some cigarettes. I'm jonesing for a smoke.
Oh, no. I haven't smoked in years.
Does that mean you don't have tobacco or rolling paper or cigarettes at all? Why don't you smoke? It's great. Good for you. Smoking is a stupid habit. Maybe I should quit too. Why don't you smoke? It's great.
Cigarettes are a luxury, sweetie. Besides, I have to mind my health.
This just makes me sad. It's okay, gnomes. Curious if there will be some characters who break your unhinged run because you feel too bad to be mean to them. If I'm not feeling too bad to be mean to this one, I think we'll be fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember much about maybe some of the more minor characters. Oh no! I just had a memory of one character in particular that oh no, that's gonna suck. Yeah, I've just remembered a character in particular. That's gonna suck. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. God damn it. I had completely forgotten about that character too. Like completely out of my memory until just now. Oh god. Well, cigarettes are a luxury. Besides, I have to mind my health.
Wait, maybe she knows where you can get cigarettes. Delicious toasty cigarettes stuffed to the tip with love. You should find out.
Those descriptions are crazy. Can you tell me where to get cigarettes? I thought you were cool with your... Oh my god. I thought you were cool with your wheels and all. Can you tell me where to get cigarettes? I feel like I don't need to ask that. We'll find them at the store. This one's very rude. I think I'm gonna go with it. For the immersion, then you'll need some alcohol in your bottle of his. Yeah, it's just water. There was a thought yesterday in my mind after a stream. I was like, I wonder if I should actually get drunk to play this playthrough. But I don't get drunk. Like, I just don't drink very much. I only drink if there's like a party or something, right? And I'm very much not going to parties. I haven't been drunk since 2023, I think. Not even drunk once. And it's not like a sobriety thing. I've never had a problem with alcoholism. All my life, I've just been drinking at parties. And when I was a teenager, you know, it would be, maybe I was drunk on the weekends for a couple of years when I was in high school, you know, when I was at my most party, you know, when I was working, like when I was in music as well, and I was at shows every weekend and backstage and, you know, drinking for free and all that. I've had my period, but, you know, it wasn't at the point where I was drinking during the week or I was feeling bad about drinking too much. Like there could have been like a weekend or even months without anything and I would never think about it. Like I'm lucky that I've never had any problems with addictions in general. I wonder if it's like I don't know if it's, you know, if there's a genetic component to it, or I'm not, you know, even though I worked with addicts for a while when I was a social worker, I haven't like studied the science of it. So I don't know if there's like genetic components or if it's just like social or if it's just a matter of, I really don't know. But I've always felt like I didn't have an addictive personality. Like, I don't get addicted to things very easily. Even when I'm super obsessed with something and like it becomes my whole thing, could be a video game, could be a hobby, or and I just, you know, for like a week I can only think about that. After 2 weeks I'm like, yeah, I'm bored at this point. I'm just moving to something else. Like I've never, you know, I don't know. It's just not a thing that happens with me. I don't know. I really don't know what the explanation behind it is, but I mean, I'm not saying I could, you know, I'm not saying I could do hard drugs and not get addicted. I'm not that presumptuous, but as far as alcohol goes, or like the some typical addiction that I could have fallen into, like gaming, or yeah, just like MMOs, you know, like plenty of people become addicted to stuff like League of Legends or World of Warcraft or those things. Yeah, no, I always just get bored and then move on to something else. I don't know. Yeah, Tioma. That would be a funny twist, but no. There's a genetic component to it, but it's a combination of that with individual nervous system, social factors. Factorio? Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, though. I felt like Factorio could become a problem, and I just stopped playing. And I don't know. I feel like I would have... It was more of a short-term decision, I feel like. Like, I was like, if I if I don't stop playing that right now, I'm not going to do anything else but play that game for months or weeks. And I need to be writing a book right now. I can't afford that. So I just stopped playing it. But I'm sure if I had kept on playing, I would have been bored after 2 weeks. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I'm sure if I started doing heroin for whatever reason, I'd get addicted like everyone else, because apparently it's inevitable, right? From what I've heard, is one of the worst substances because you immediately get addicted to it. I don't know how true that is, or if it's just warning signs. But even when I was working with addicts, I've had plenty of conversations, and all of them were. It was a while ago, right? So maybe there's new other drugs at this point, but that was like almost 20 years ago at this point. Well, the first time I did work there was 20 years ago. And yeah, all of them were saying that the real bad one is heroin. Like coke, a lot of other things, and sort of like get away with minimizing the damages. But heroin just fucking wrecks your life. That's what I heard from those people. I don't know how much of subjective experience it is, but but I think alcohol probably ranks pretty high as well in terms of like the destructive nature of it. And I think part of the reason why with alcohol is that it's so readily available, right? You can find cheap, abundant alcohol constantly, very easily. Yeah. It's also socially acceptable, yeah. That is true. And everywhere, right? Like, let's just say you have an addiction problem with alcohol and you're trying to stop it. It's very hard because you're very often going to get confronted with people offering you drinks completely innocently, right? So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Snarko. I think it's a very difficult one to fight for those reasons, for sure. And a very easy one to fall into. Much easier to be a functioning alcoholic than a heroin addict. Yeah, that's true too. Very true too. What surprised me the most when I started working with these people, I was pretty young at the time. I was 23 the first time I worked with addicts as a social worker. And what surprised me the most was the stories about them being like, oh yeah, I mean, I held a job for 10 years, taking coke every day, taking a bump in the morning, wandering lunch, every fucking day for 10 years. And it was completely fine. Unnoticeable, nobody knew. Totally didn't prevent me from like... And from that, from hearing that for the first time at that point and then sort of looking into it, so many people do that. It's such a surprisingly widespread thing. I can't say I'm very, I've never done any of those harder drugs. Or any drugs for that matter, but I don't think I've ever been like when I was in working in music and I was always at shows and everything. I would see drugs all the time, but I was just never, to me it felt like, oh, these people we're partying, right? It's a party, it's a show. We're backstage. There's going to be stuff like that. It always felt like that at the time for me. Also, when I was in my 20s, and then it's only later that I realized how many people were just, taking bumps of coke just on their regular job all day, and it seems more widespread than I ever thought it was. I was working as a teacher for a long time, right? Over a decade as a teacher. I don't think I've ever noticed or thought that someone might be doing that, but it's made me wonder. Like I've seen so many teachers and so many colleagues over the years statistically speaking, there had to be one that maybe, was doing that. I just never noticed anything. But it feels like statistically it must have happened with, I don't know, like dozens and dozens of colleagues over the years. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a thing that I wasn't aware of how prevalent it was when I was younger. Now I'm, over the years I've learned that it's, makes you productive, can easily hide it. Some jobs can be so demanding that you cannot do without. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely no judgment from me, for sure. Like, I don't, I don't judge people for any of those things. Like, I don't think it's if you ask me, do I think it's a good thing to do? Probably not, right? But I'm definitely not judging someone. I definitely understand the pressures and the, simply like, I feel like for some people, maybe they wouldn't be able to go to work, right? Without it. It's like, I don't know, the side effects of depressions or whatever it is, and unmedicated mental issues or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I have to take drugs or I'm not going there, right? And then you just fall into that sort of system because you feel like it's not really doing anything bad to you or anything. Okay, the storm's here right now, so I'm just warning you guys that there's a chance the stream could be cutting at any time. Because it's a big one. Oh boy. And and it's right on top right now. I can hear, I don't know if you can hear, but there's like heavy rumbling and thunder outside, so. And it's gonna last until, wow, all night actually. Jeez. Well, hopefully the stream doesn't cut, but if it does, you'll know what's going on. One of my teachers tended to smell of alcohol and pipe tobacco. It was terrible. It was just a terrible teacher. Yeah, in high school, I had one teacher that was notoriously drunk. And between every class, he would go down to the cafeteria and they had beers for him stashed back there. Even though the cafeteria wasn't selling beers, by the way. So it was just for him. And he would just go there in the corner. They would give him a beer, would drink it, like down it, and like literally chug it, give the bottle back, and go back to his class. And everyone knew. And he was a fine teacher. He was teaching French literature. He was a fine teacher, but yeah, he was just constantly drunk. Yeah, no, it's very sad situation for him. Have you seen the movie Drunk? I have not. No. The movie Another Round deals with alcoholic teachers. Recommend. Okay. Another Round. I'm gonna put that in a tab up here real quick. Oh, Mads Mikkelsen. Okay. Seems nice. Yeah, Macron. Literally got amphetamines prescribed for my ADHD. Though I don't feel like it's addictive for me. Yeah, is there maybe like a situation there where because you need them, because your brain doesn't produce a specific thing, maybe it doesn't have the same addictive effect? Or maybe you're just not feeling it because you're taking it right now, right, for the prescription. But like I feel like most drugs, like depression or antidepressants and stuff like that, when you stop taking them, if you stop taking them, the doctor's gonna get you through a process to slowly, I mean, speaking from like just hearing stories and all that, not personal experience there, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there's a whole process, right, to make sure you quit properly and prevent any withdrawal effects and all that nonsense. So there is, an addiction phenomenon happening. Weaned off, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. I couldn't find it. Thank you. Worst other benzos. Drinking 24, 32 cans a day. Can you imagine the supply lines? Yeah. Yeah, no, what a man. Addictions are a very appropriate topic of conversation for this video game, I think. But yeah, what a cruel thing to be part of our human nature, right? Being able to get addicted to things. And so many of which we do voluntarily. Like we talked about that yesterday, I think, but like the freaking gambling addiction nonsense that's happening these days. I feel like those consequences are not even have not even begun to show themselves. With how things have been going with that. I feel like in a few years, maybe 5, 10 years from now, we'll look back and we'll see sort of the effects of that nonsense, and it's not going to look pretty, I have a feeling. But apparently married for years at that point, not a student anymore, got together, still you. Alcohol withdrawals can literally kill you. Yeah, something about your, weaker body of not being able to deal with the sort of side effects, right? You're dependent on benzos, suddenly stop, you get epileptic seizures and die. Jesus, yeah. Uh-oh. I don't know if you heard that one, but that one was pretty close. It's getting closer, it feels like. I don't mind thunder. I actually love thunderstorms. I typically would go on the balcony and just watch it. Watch the thunder in the distance, the lightning. But when I'm streaming, I'm always a little afraid of something going down, so... You still manage it. Yeah, I think the quotation marks are doing a lot of work there, but I think there's... That's the trap, right? Snarko and Gotra, is that they think they're managing just fine because they're sort of working in that state and it's okay. But it's actually... I think it's okay, or quote-unquote fine, for as long as nothing perturbs the ritual and the rhythm. As soon as something doesn't go as planned, the alcohol's not there, or something goes wrong, or unplanned, or an event, or any type of incident. That's when the cracks start to show. At least that's been my experience. Also, working with addicts. So, yeah, destabilization. Or the need to drive. Yeah, that isn't a whole other aspect of it, of course. Yeah. They can manage their daily schedule supplying. Yeah. Again, it's part of that thing, right? As long as nothing challenges the state of being, it's fine. Don't say that, Noger. Now I'm scared. I don't want my computer to explode. Anyway. Can you tell me where to get those cigarettes? I thought you were cool with your wheels and all. I think the second answer makes me laugh more. When in doubt, I go with the one that makes me laugh more. I thought you were cool with your wheels and all.
An old woman in a wheelchair just doesn't look good holding a cigarette. Though I'm sure it lends you a roguish charm, sweetie.
She's so nice. We're being a complete asshole, and she's so nice. Can I pick? I wonder if I can pick the other option.
Whatever do you mean?
Yeah, let's see. I want you to be my wheelchaired partner in fighting crime, ridding backyards of corpses, catching sequence killers.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
I can have two?
A partner who'll need you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Kim, of course! I forgot I had you! I know, but there are also side mysteries, sequence killers, and foray into the paranatural. You're probably right, Kim. I'm never gonna say that. I know, but there are also side mysteries, sequence killers, and foray into the paranatural.
I can assure you with absolute certainty, there are no sequence killings taking place in Martinez.
Kim is so annoying.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much use to you anyway, sweetie.
Why? 3 heads are better than 2. I really want to convince her to join us.
Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down.
God damn it.
Perhaps another time.
Oh, she turns back to you with a hopeful glint in her eyes. Okay, I'm not losing hope. I'm not losing hope that we can potentially recruit her. We'll see. We'll see. What's up, Snorri? How are you doing today? Addictions are mostly psychological. Your physical instrument is clean pretty fast, but electrochemistry that never stops whispering. And after all that, you seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
What is a paraplegic? Could I become a paraplegic? I'm sorry, it was rude of me to mention the wheelchair. Let's move on. Thanks for clearing that up. Let's move on. What is a paraplegic?
It means I can't use my legs. I was in an accident some years back, injured in the line of duty, as they say.
Were you a rugby player, a mountaineer, a tightrope walker? Were you a rugby player?
Oh no, far from it. Although, I did come out to watch the boys play when I was in school. Oh, those tan calves.
Oh, she's naughty. She was a naughty girl when she was younger. You can tell. Those tan calves? Come on.
She blushes, surprised by her own boldness.
Oh, that's amazing. What did you do then? Give us details.
I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company.
Huh. Okay.
You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
She runs her hands over the chrome wheel of her chair. What a sad story. Let us ask, could I become a paraplegic?
I hope not. Although the work you are doing for all of us is quite dangerous.
Her eyes glimmer with admiration as she looks up at you. Okay, she has the hots for us. I'm just gonna say it. I know she thinks she's too old for us, but I don't know. Nod grimly, someone has to do it. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad hanging out in a chair playing pinball. I'm not sure I should be in this line of work. Okay, I mean, the second one's the one that I'm like, oh, I should never say that. So obviously... maybe it wouldn't be so bad hanging out in a chair playing pinball.
Actually, this machine is broken.
She taps on the greasy glass of the pinball machine. She's so nice. I keep saying it, I'm sorry, but... at no point is she like, okay, you're being kind of rude, guy. No, she's just taking it in stride. I was gonna say, goes to show, you know, pretty privilege. She finds me attractive, I can say whatever I want, and she'll roll with it. No pun intended. She deserves so much better. Listen, I'm sure Morel is a great guy. Thanks for clearing that up for me. Let's move on.
No problem.
She nods, smiling up at you from behind her glasses. He loves to watch. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am, or what I'm doing, or anything.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
Her eyes follow your movement with some concern. I drank so hard, I forgot literally everything. I hope you're right. I hope it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm blowing this whole thing out of proportion. Forget I said anything. I drank so hard, I forgot literally everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
The Whirling in Rags cafeteria. It was on my keys. We're in Revachol. I don't know. Some seedy hotel. A war zone at the edge of the world. That's quite beautiful. We're dead, haunting each other. We're ghosts. Okay, it's gonna be 4 or 5. I'm not sure yet, but it's gonna be one of those two. I think 5. Mark, thank you for the tier 2, 34 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much, Mark. Hope you've been well. I think 5's kind of cool. I mean, they're both pretty great, but I think, yeah, I think 5's kind of cool. Therma, thank you for the 56 months subscription. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, I totally get it, Mark. And we've seen each other in the war zone on the other side of Twitch. We've been through war, you and I. Like, Rembro was there the other day and said the same thing, you know. We've been through hell. We're brothers for life now. Call of Duty? No. We, Mark, Rembro, Moonlight Ghost, and myself have moderated Elisa Prey's channel during her playthrough of Expedition 33. It was... I feel like we deserve a medal for our service. That community, the hardcore fans of Expedition 33, the cultish fans of Expedition 33 are most likely the worst community I've ever seen with my own eyes on Twitch. It was painful. But we survived. We came ahead. We made it to the other side. Worse than Undertale? So I wasn't exposed to the Undertale community when the Undertale community was bustling. When I played Undertale, it was much later. I didn't notice anything unpleasant. It was much later. There wasn't much community to speak of anymore. Expedition 33 is you know, it's quite at its peak right now in terms of the most people who've played the game and are watching playthroughs and yada yada. You mean there are fanatics that can be reasoned with? Yeah, I mean, it's just people who, well, for one, cannot accept any criticism on their favorite game. And if you say anything remotely negative about it, they're gonna, you know, lose their fucking minds. And then there's also all the you're not allowed to actually experience the game for the first time without knowing anything about it, and have theories and thoughts that aren't perfectly correct because obviously you don't have all the information yet. So you're just like playing something and you're just thinking, oh, what if this means that or this means that? And everyone's like, no, it doesn't mean that. And you have to, you know, you heard this or you should notice that or this is the truth or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck, man? I'm playing the game for the first time. I have no idea what I'm doing. Of course, my theories aren't going to be correct, but it's part of the process. You also missed 1,000 things when you played the game. You just didn't know because you didn't have a chat telling you. People that can't put themselves back in the shoes of, I used to play this game without knowing anything. And I was wrong about some things. And that's cool. That's part of the experience. Right? Or people who, as they play the game, literally Google everything when they don't fully understand something. Because some people hate being in that, which is, you know, fair enough, whatever works for you, right? But just don't impose that on other people. Because there are some people who don't like that feeling of mystery, right? They want to understand exactly what's happening every time. And so they're Googling all the answers as they're playing. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Gotra, I think some of them are can be pretty bad, but I think I think that also like diminished over the years because everyone. I think the Dark Souls sort of the way the game works and everything encourages people to sort of be lost in those spaces. So maybe that leads the community to be... The community is pretty bad when it comes to gameplay, I feel like gameplay backseating more than actual lore and all that. But then there's also like the Vati cult followers that if you disagree with Vati in your interpretation of something, they're gonna, you know, lose their fucking minds as well, which I've seen, unfortunately, firsthand myself, but nothing as bad as what I've seen with that Expedition 33 fan base, let me tell you. It was a rough experience. What's up, Aris? How are you doing today? Thank you for the compliment. Oh yeah, I mean, nothing against Vati. I personally don't care for his work. I've never watched, almost haven't watched any of it. I watched a couple things here and there, but I just didn't vibe with it very much. I don't think it's his problem. It's it's always the people who watch his videos and take that as the only possible truth or interpretation. And then they're going to dismiss everything you come up with yourself while you're playing the game. Because it doesn't fit that sort of accepted gospel, right? Which, again, that's not on Vati. Vati is pretty clear about, hey, this is just what I've seen in the game and my conclusions about it, right? I don't think he has any pretension of being the authority. He just makes videos, right? But it's always, like the cultish fanboys that are a problem. And as always, that's the thing, right, Mark? It's always the loud minorities. Most people are awesome in any community you can imagine. But sometimes there's enough, the loud minority is big enough that it becomes a real problem. Yeah. How are you today, Real L? Good to see you, by the way. But yeah, like the shit that Elisa had to deal with in her playthrough was insane. Not just on Twitch, but on YouTube as well. Like, you can go by yourself and check her YouTube VODs of her playthrough of Expedition 33, and I'm sure you can still see plenty of leftover messages, even though it's been moderated a bit. But I'm pretty sure you can still see a lot of stuff where you'll be like, Jesus, these people are insufferable. Which is unfortunate, because she literally almost gave up on playing the game just because the community was being so annoying. she almost gave up on playing the game. And she was loving the game, by the way, for the most part. She had some issues with it, but she was mostly loving it. So it's like, well, great job at making people want to play your favorite game, I guess. It's a pity. How unhinged have we gotten? I think the worst thing we've done so far, outside of being rude to Kim, was licking the rum on the counter next to the sleeping guy. That's probably the worst thing we've done so far, which is okay, right? Not too bad. Oh, we almost died because Inland Empire insulted us as well. He said we had a very tiny soul. I still feel sad about. Okay, I think I'm going with we're dead, haunting each other, we're ghosts.
Now.
She tilts her head as she looks up at you with maternal solicitude.
We are alive in a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, and the Whirling itself is in the city of Revachol.
I don't know. Solicitude's a wonderful word. Yeah. Sollicitude. Very French as well. I wonder if it's borrowed from French, or if it's just in both languages. I mean, it must be borrowed from French because it's a Latin root, right? Which typically English doesn't have too many of. Outside of borrowed words. PG-3 fandom community can put me off of the game. Back to lurking. Appreciate you, Gotra. English is just German, French, Latin, Danish, and trench coat. I mean, originally it's mostly a, Germanic language. But okay. All I know is that Revachol used to be really cool in the 30s. Honestly, I don't know diddly squat about Revachol. What kind of place is this? All I know is Revachol used to be really cool in the 30s. I'm going to say that.
The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago.
Her eyes are filled with light reflected of those gilded years when the city seemed full of possibilities. Aww. Look at her reminiscing. Beautiful.
Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners.
There's a pause as she studies your expression. You must look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
It is the spring of 51. Sure, it is the year 973. All I know is we're approaching the end times. It's a bad year. In my late 40s or 50s. I don't even know how old I am. Okay, this is going to be... this is going to be number 3 right there. Today I learned that egg, knife, they, there, and them are from Old Norse. Yeah. That brings me back to my first year of university. I was studying English linguistics. There was a lot of like the history at the time, like the first years, the basics, right? Origins of the language and how it sort of appeared. That was 23 years ago, so don't ask me to, bring up anything I remember from it, but some vague memories. Yeah. All I know is we're approaching the end times.
Perhaps, dear. Perhaps. But for now, it's just the spring of 51.
Oh, that's less fun.
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin.
Uh-oh.
I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality. thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now.
I think Kim is realizing that he is getting more than he bargained for.
Outside, the melting snow seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first May bells blossom. You can feel it, a great cold. Then the shiver passes.
Oh my god. Shivers is so good. God, I love Shivers. Melting snow seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first May bells blossom. You can feel it, a great cold. Then the shiver passes. It's interesting sometimes how, even though you hear the voice actor and you can read the word, reading it out loud and like feeling the words, the sentences in your mouth, like you can, I don't know if you guys have that or understand that, but you can feel the taste of the sentence from a writing perspective. That's why we always like to encourage, as writers, we like to encourage each other to read out loud when you're rereading your stuff and you're editing. You want to read out loud, feel the sentence in your mouth, just because just hearing it from someone else or in your head doesn't cut it. There's an added component to it. Yeah. Inland Empire and Shivers are my favorite. Yeah, they feel like two sides of like sort of the same thing. Inland Empire being more the intellectual aspect and Shivers more the physical aspect. But they seem to be sort of two sides of that coin.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Uh-oh. Oh my god, okay, I feel like there's gonna be some interesting answers there. Some kind of democracy, maybe? I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization cowers before us. That's insane. We are governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Oh god, why do I feel like this describes our current world? I feel like that wasn't the world when that game was made, but it perfectly describes the world now. Radios are being used to control people's mind and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters. Foreigners and women? Uh-oh. Cup. We are living under the Cup regime. Okay. This is a 3, 4, or 5 situation. This is a 3, 4, or 5 situation. What's up, Nero? I think 3 is pretty cool. 4 seems very much like the, capitalistic, liberal nightmare, which is pretty cool too, but yeah. Seems a bit too close to reality. I don't know. And this one... it's gonna be hard to not press 5, I think. I don't know, this one's fun. This one's funny and interesting, but this is, like, we're in proper insanity territory there. Concealing our true masters, foreigners, and women. We live in a crypto xenogynocracy. I mean, if you mean in reality, I don't think so. I think reality is more number 4, right? Like that feels like the direction, at least where we seem to be going. Late stage, you know, capitalistic liberalism. Yeah, the freest market. Yeah. Determined by an AI, of course. Yeah, women being between asterisk is so interesting. We go towards 4, driven by stories of 5. That's interesting. Yeah, that's actually a good take on it, I think. Yeah, the emphasis, but it's interesting to think, why is the emphasis there, right? Is it disdain? Foreigners and women, right? There's an interesting... I think that's the sort of tone, but... Yeah. I mean, I like number 3, number 2, or transphobia, I guess. Or I think if that was that, Encthar, it would have been not asterisks, but quotation marks, probably. I think quotation marks would have indicated that. Asterisks feels different, but I am just speculating based on, you know, it's like a little writing. Like details and stuff. Yeah, I think number 3 it's interesting. There's something, you know, it reminds me, there's this oh man, don't remind me, of course. I don't remember what it's called. But there's this book series in the game about that sort of Conan the Barbarian thing. That feels very much like the sort of, you know, the man, the muscly man type vibe, which is funny. I like it. I think this one is a bit more, I don't know. I feel like there's more there. This one's like clearly a fantasy of a deranged person that's a little, you know, like dreams of a different world. This one's more like, oh no, that's actually what's happening now. Completely lost their mind, right? That's sort of the subtext and the undertone that I'm getting of this. I don't know. I just love the phrasing of this whole thing. I'm going 5. Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners, and women.
Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no matriarchy.
She's so nice! How does she not? She's so nice about it. What a maternal vibe from her. Which is also weird because clearly our character thinks she's into us. Freud would have a field day with this.
She's trying to avoid the foreigner's part. This is because she's a woman. She may be lying to you.
No! What the fuck? I should have a permanent disclaimer on the channel. The thoughts and ideologies expressed by this playthrough are in no way the beliefs of the player. I'm very happy with my choice right now of the previous answer. This is so funny. If there's no government, how come there are cops? I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed. I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed.
It is quite disappointing, yes. A lot of people would like some form of representation. There's talk, but for now, the RCM is all we've got.
Oh, I think I misunderstood that. He's disappointed by the, not by the lying, but yeah, by the fact that there's no matriarchy. I'm gonna assume that I've said I'm disappointed by the fact that I was wrong, or that she lies to me. I'm headcanoning this answer there. She doesn't get it. She's a woman. She's just yapping at this point. If there's no government, how come there are cops?
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution.
Clip that out of context. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. I have no recollection of that narrative angle from my first playthrough. Daniel Mad, the new right-wing streamer. What's up, Elisa? We talked about you not 20 minutes ago. We were talking about the war that was Expedition 33. We were, you know, talking about it with that 1,000-yard stare, looking in the distance, reminiscing about the lives that were lost. War never changes. That reminds me, how's the Fallout TV show these days? War never changes. I've only seen a little bit of the first season, and I didn't like it very much, so I stopped. But are they at season 3 right now? Or season 3 is coming out soon? Also, someone mentioned the other day, and I think I've seen some news about that, there's a new Fallout game coming out? Like they're working on a new Fallout game? It's gonna be a new online thing, isn't it? They're not gonna... Oh, no, never mind. It's... Oh, I know exactly. Never mind. I just remembered. It's an Obsidian thing. Obsidian's making a new Fallout game, so it's probably going to be something in the vein of New Vegas, which... Not sure I'm going to be a fan of that. Yeah. Season 2 felt like filler. A lot of people spoke fondly of Season 2, okay. Walter Goggins, I think is his name. Didn't like New Vegas? No, not a big fan. I've never played the whole thing. But I started playing it back in the day when it came out, and I just gave up after a few hours. I wasn't vibing with it. It felt it felt so different than the Fallout that I enjoyed. Even more than 3, which already was a problem for me. I don't know, but in general, I've never been a big fan of Obsidian. Most of their games, I never finished because I thought I don't know. I just don't like the way they're writing stories. The only Obsidian game I finished was the first South Park one. It's pretty short. It was nice. I thought that one was okay. Yeah, I don't know. I could never get into Obsidian stuff. It doesn't hit for me. I don't know why. I haven't played Pentiment. I think there's a good chance I might enjoy Pentiment. Yeah, it looks unique and different enough that that one might be fun. I think I'll record that one for YouTube probably. I don't know if I'm going to stream it, but I'll probably record it for YouTube. Feels like a good YouTube thing. Troika Games are better sequels to Fallout. Yeah, I mean, Arcanum's just a masterpiece, right? But it's a shame they never got to make more of that. Exile Game, spiritual sequels, Wasteland 2 and 3. Yeah, those again, likewise, I didn't like Wasteland too much. I thought they were fine, but none of it really hits like the first Fallout did. Which might be, maybe part of it is just I'm a different person than when I played the first Fallout, of course. That was 30 years ago, right? So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Tyranny. Having to release VTM Bloodlines on the same day as Half-Life 2 was a rotten deal for them. Yeah, I wonder how much that played a part back in the day, because I feel like what I remember from those days, it was like everything was so different. There wasn't as much production as there is now. And there was less sort of urgency as there is now, right? A game had time to find its audience a bit more than now, where, if the release doesn't really blow up, then the studio's going to get, reduced or even closed. But yeah, I don't know how much it actually played a part. Plus, at the time, it wasn't like now where like a game's going to take the entire bandwidth of like the promotion stuff on Steam or whatever. Like, we can expect something like GTA 6, right? That literally takes the entire bandwidth of all the marketing and promotion, like streaming, blah blah blah. Like everything's GTA 6. I think back in those days, I don't feel like that played that much of a part. What I'm trying to say is, I feel like Bloodline might not have found an audience no matter what. It was a little janky. It was definitely more of a niche thing with its approach, and it was always a bit more of a niche product, I think. I do agree, though, that it's a shame that it didn't find a greater audience, but it is a cult classic. That there's merit there as well. Week later, Vanilla WoW, yeah, that was a pretty big deal at the time, for sure. But hey, in the year of the Lord 2026, we're getting new Vampire the Masquerade stuff. How great is that? I hope the CRPG one's going to be good. I'm cautiously excited for that one. compete for store shelf space, magazine cover picture. Yeah, but do we think that if Half-Life 2 hadn't released, they would have been the cover? That's my point, right? At the time, like everything was so different. It would have been another. It would have been the preview of another big game, most likely. I mean, I don't know, right? I'm just basing myself on like the memories of that time, right? But yeah, maybe you're right. You know, maybe it would have found a bit more of an audience. But you know, what if? And I'm just, you know, obviously, we're in pure speculation there. But what if it found a greater audience in the state it was in on release, and more people would have been like, "Oh, this game is just not in a good shape right now. Plenty of issues, plenty of tech issues, yada yada," and then it would have maybe not found the long-term cult audience that it did. I don't know. I'm not, again, you know, purely speculating, but my point is it's hard to really know exactly what would have happened. I think we can just be glad. I mean, it's a shame that they didn't, at the time, get to make more of them, but I think we can be glad that the game eventually found a pretty dedicated audience over the years, right? And it still sort of recognizes a great video game. I remember, oh man, I can never... Before Bloodlines, there was a first Vampire the Masquerade game, which came out, I want to say 99 or 2000. Does anyone remember that one? Because I always remember that one that I played, and I feel like nobody's played that game. Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, you say? Yes! Oh my god, that is the one. Yes! Was it called Redemption back then, or is Redemption like the modern re-release or something? I didn't remember the oh, maybe it was a European versus US thing. Maybe in my region it released without the Redemption tag, as they often did with like French region releases. They would like remove the French, the American English words. Redemption was always in it. Yeah, maybe I just didn't remember, or maybe they again changed the title for the specific French localization. But yeah, that game, I remember playing that one. I played a bunch of it at the time. I really liked it. Yeah, that one was good. Have used them on to fix bug that competes. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm definitely not dismissing your take on it, Mokerd. I think it's very possible that something as major as Half-Life 2 was back in the day, you know, took a bit of the limelight of everything else. I mean, I remember Half-Life 2 personally being the thing that I was obsessed with, and all of my friends were playing, and it was such a what an impressive game that was when it came out, like with the physics engine. But you know, we had never seen anything like that at the time. You familiar with VTM Eternal Whispers? I do not believe I am. Is that... That's not the new one that's coming out, right? Oh, no, it is. It is. Yeah, I just mentioned... I wasn't sure about the... yeah, the CRPG that's coming out soon. Yeah. That's the one I'm cautiously excited about. I didn't remember the subtitle, but yeah. Eternal Whispers. It looks neat. Yeah. It looks very neat. World of Darkness book that became a game. Werewolf has a visual novel. Kinda sucks though. Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable on the whole VTM like sort of World of Darkness universe, but you know. It's interesting to see how it's suddenly the past few years it's sort of coming back to the surface as a franchise. Pretty cool. Lots of happy people. Anyway, so there aren't any cops in the traditional sense. Status of law enforcement has been complicated since the Revolution. Also, Scoop Didoo, welcome in. Sorry, we were in the middle of a conversation. I thought about greeting you as soon as you came in, and then I forgot. It was in the compilation I just watched, and now you're playing it live. Yeah, that's the compilation was from the clips are from my first playthrough the game, which was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, roughly. I'm doing a second playthrough, completely different choices this time around, and it's been we've barely moved, and it's already been amazing. So,
But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
Okay. I look like I need a break. There.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A flight. Oh no. She was so nice to me, and now she's like, oh, this person's actually, broken. So how did I do? What is the revolution you mentioned? Who could tell me more? So, how did I do?
You didn't do too well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
Oh God.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs.
Exactly!
While I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Exactly! We need to see the world through my eyes. Raphael, Ambrosius, Cousteau. You need to see the world through my eyes. And suddenly everything will reveal itself. I agree with that. What is the revolution you mentioned?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
What does that have to do with there not being any cops? But I'm a cop. Whatever it was hasn't stopped me.
Of course, sweetie. I really don't know how to explain it better.
Who could tell me more then?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
She turns to the lieutenant.
No. I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Kim's not happy about it. What's up, Fox?
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Get a reality lowdown. You have no idea where you are. Lena encouraged you to ask others to explain the world to you in greater details. Perhaps try a rich person. Rich people are educated.
That's a good point. This doesn't look like Rich Central.
I gotta get going now.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
She gives you a small wave. What a nice little lady. Yeah, Nibiru. We need to find a rich man to explain the world to us. That's what we need. Oh.
You should totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul is immense. My soul is modest. It's normal sized. My soul is puny. My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover. Yep, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the answer. Also, Inland Empire, make up your mind. You just literally told me I had a tiny soul earlier today, which I took very personally, by the way.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard.
Are we doing a Manosphere play? I mean, that's kind of what's shaping up to be, Foo Fox. It's not necessarily... I don't have any precise idea of where I want to go. I'm sort of letting it get more defined as we play and go through those options, right? Like, I'm letting the game sort of inform who I am, which is, you know, the point of it, since we woke up without any memories. But yeah, so far it seems like we don't treat women very well. We don't seem to be a big fan, although we hit on all of them, including the old lady. And we're just generally, you know, so far picking the worst option possible, and it seems like that's where it's going, yeah. Yeah. At this point, precise measurement of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard.
Through a PA system. By other people.
Okay.
Whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express yourself.
Oh, this is going to be incredible. This goes well with a theory I'm developing. Then I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar person. What should I sing when it comes to it? Finish the thought. This goes well with a theory I've been developing, that I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar person.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
Hell yeah! What should I sing when it comes to it?
You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
Of course. They'll really get a gauge on my soul with that one. I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, get the crowd going.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound.
Okay, listen. I don't fit with most of my character and his thoughts so far. I do agree with that, though. Happy songs are stupid. No, they're fine. I think my favorite happy song of all time is Tender by Blur. Which, what an album that was. 13. Holy crap. But yeah, Tender, I think, is my favorite sort of happy sounding song. Yeah. I mean, when I was a teenager, I would have said Today by the Smashing Pumpkins, but it's actually not a happy song. It sounds happy, but it's about suicide. So happy people have songs, sad people have poetry. You put quotation marks. What is it? What is it from? Great song either way today, yeah. Happy songs for happy people. It's in the name, it must be true. I mean, there are a few songs on that album that sound relatively optimistic, like they're, you know, major keys and all that. I still think it's pretty sad, thematically speaking. TV show Penny Dreadful? Was Penny Dreadful a series of book first? I feel like I'm familiar with the name just from hearing it, but... I've never seen the show. I didn't know there was a show. But I mean, I've heard the name. Maybe I've heard the show being mentioned. References to it? Oh, that's the one. I must be thinking of something else, maybe? That's a horror thing. Okay, so it was first a TV show. Well, never mind. I must be thinking of something else. It's an allusion to serial horror stories released for chip called Penny Dreadfuls. Okay. Maybe I've heard the expression over the years then. Just didn't have the context. I wish I could watch The Expanse again for the first time. I've never watched The Expanse, Timmy, so I'm in that position. I'm in the position where I can watch The Expanse for the first time. I probably should. I've told the story before, but The Expanse, it's always one of those things where I'm like, I should read the books first, and then I never read the books. So I should just watch the TV show at that point. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll sing the sad song. It's profound.
You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Okay, well, we'll have to find a tape and sing karaoke eventually. You need to find a sufficiently tragic tape, then play it on the boombox to memorize the lyrics, then ask the cafeteria manager to perform, preferably in the evening, more people at the bar. Get the hold of a sad song. BSG, yeah, I watched BSG. I don't think I've ever finished the new one, but I watched a good portion of it. Yeah. Do I have another thought? No, I don't. Unless... No, I don't. 32% on Guillaume Lemillion, though. We're making a decent progress on that. Alright, Gart.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
The lieutenant glances into his little notebook.
Yes.
He responds tersely.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
He looks to you, realizing he still doesn't know your name. The Harbinger of Ruin! As I said, Detective Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. I'm currently in between names is such a good line. Can I have a drink? Say nothing. Oh, fuck. This is a hard one. Happiest book? What's the happiest book I've ever read? I don't know. Most of the stuff I read is also pretty dark and sad. What would be the happiest book I've ever read? Yeah, I don't know. What do we define as happy here? What I was looking for in my brain, Nibiru, because obviously a happy book doesn't really work. There needs to be conflict and yeah, you know, something. I'm thinking about something that sort of lends into hopefulness when it comes to themes, right? Something that either ends well or makes you joyful with its sort of conclusion, and I don't know. That's the best way I can imagine a quote unquote happy book. Maybe, I don't know, for me maybe it would be a children's book, something I've read, you know, or that was read to me when I was a kid. That feels like it would be a happy, something that I associate with happiness. I mean, it would be... Okay, there's a few options there. All of them are pretty great, except Say Nothing. Can I Have a Drink is great, because obviously, you know, we want the alcohol. But it seems also like the most boring answer. I'm currently in between names. What a banging line. but it's too inoffensive. As I said, Detective Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. I mean, doubling down on the made-up name could be pretty fun. But there's something that appeals to me in the Harbinger of Ruin. Like, introducing yourself as the Harbinger of Ruin goes so hard for an unstable person. You know, imagine you're in a bar. If someone introduces themselves as you don't know it's a made-up name. Someone asks you a drink, whatever, right? But if they say, I am the Harbinger of Ruin, you're like, oh, this person's not normal. And that's what we're going for, right? You have follow-up questions. That's true. What do you mean made-up name? That's Mr. Cousteau. Yeah, sorry. Of course. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. But I don't give my name like that freely and happily. Yeah. Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, Hobbs. Very, very good call. Discworld. Very joyful books. Yes. Yeah. That's a very good pick. Yeah. I like that. Do you think Guard ever gives people a free drink and says, on guard? How do you even come with these things, Timmy? It takes a special kind of person to find so many bad jokes in such a short amount of time. I was dropped on my head. Yeah. Makes sense it would be a woman's fault. Okay, I'm joking, okay? I'm just method playing my character. All right, I think I'm hesitant, but I think I'm gonna go with the Harbinger of Ruin. I like this end times, apocalypse, yada yada angle. I think it could lead to some really fun things. The Harbinger of Ruin.
What?
Nothing. I just wanted to see what happens if I say that. Now I do. That's a cool meta answer. I like that. The Gloaming. I am it. Or never mind. No, we're doubling down. That's for sure.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh my god. I have been to the precipice, cafeteria manager. I have seen the end. Or, the human experiment will soon be over, cafeteria manager. It doesn't matter if you understand. Oh my god, both those are so good. Listen, I didn't think this playthrough would be as hard as the first one in terms of making choices, because I was like, you know, I'm gonna pick the most unstable, disturbing stuff. It's gonna be fine. There's always gonna be one that's worse than the others, instead of having to make like thoughtful choices and all that. I didn't think about the fact that sometimes you just have two lines that are complete bangers. The human experiment will soon be over, cafeteria manager. It doesn't matter if you understand. It almost almost sounds like I'm considering myself non-human, right? Saying that. It feels very trying to find the name again. Sovereign in Mass Effect 1, right? That kind of vibe. This one, I don't know, this one's kind of, I like it. I have been to the precipice, cafeteria manager. I have seen the end. It's a little more human, right? It's a little more like broken, dark soul, which I quite like, I must say. Feels more prophetic, yeah. No, Nibiru, I specifically tried to leave enough space between the two words to avoid that. The human experiment will soon be over. It doesn't matter if you understand. I have been to the precipice. I have seen the end. Human experience will soon be over. It doesn't matter if you understand. I do quite like this one too. I feel if I'm going for the more extreme answer, this feels like it. I don't know. Hey, what's up, person? How are you doing today? I was not expecting you to still be on. Just got off work. Yeah, and we didn't even make it out of the Whirling in Rags. Man, this is a hard choice. I don't know. It feels like it's probably not too important of a choice, right? It's mostly like a flavor thing, it feels like, but I have seen... I'm gonna go with that. I have been to the precipice. I have seen the end.
What is this, a joke to you? Is this what you get when you call the police now? This guy?
Okay.
We've been waiting for a week here.
Hold on, sir. I will have you know, I am Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, superstar, Harbinger of Doom. I have a line of titles. We're gonna add to the line of titles. Superstar, Harbinger of Doom. You don't talk to me like that.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Okay. Kim's trying to de-escalate.
Yes, of course.
He takes a step back.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the lieutenant. I always stop for a second before reading this because I expect the voice over to go over that. If I have one complaint about this final cut of the game is I wish the narration here was also voiced, but oh, very small. Yeah. Who made the call reporting the crime? Someone reported the hanging to the RCM. Maybe if you find out who it was, it may shed new light on the events. You have no idea where to start, but the caller could have been anyone. Call Sylvie using Kim's shortwave to ask whether she made the call.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
Okay.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
Jamrock. Familiar name by now. This Jamrock location. And once you interrupt the conversation, just to not dub the narrator. Yeah, I mean, it would have probably... Maybe they tried and it sounded weird, right? To have the voice change between the two. Or maybe it was just a little too hard to add all those portions of text and... Yeah, I don't know. Funny enough, we also had that discussion last time. I don't remember that, but I'm not too surprised. I feel like my brain's going to go through a lot of the same sort of thoughts, right, as I play. But an implementation issue, yeah. It's a lot more work, right? If you have to divide everything in parts and then slide the narration in between, and not to mention how, you add that layer of confusion for the voice actors, and I don't know.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
Yes, what? Who, me? Who, me?
Yes, Detective Cousteau. I have everything. You?
He says the name with a purposefully straight face. Oh, you mean, do I have questions?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
The cafeteria manager is clearly agitated. Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
He points to the kitchen behind him. And how do we get there, then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Well, I guess I'm gonna be able to fit my balls in there, then. Because as we know, we are the Big Dick Cop. That we need to add that to a list of titles. I need to actually make a list of titles. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, Harbinger of Ruin, Superstar, Big Dick Cop. Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Okay.
He doesn't know. He just said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they?
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
I don't know, he sounds suspicious.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard. The prey drive says.
Oh my god. We can push that. That's interesting. Okay, I'm not gonna hound you on this. Nah. Did you kill him, Gart?
No, I didn't.
You can tell me, Gart. You killed him, right?
I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this?
Why did you have to kill him? This is so insane. When did you kill him, Gart? It's like that, it's like that wig interview. When will you wear wigs? He's gonna fold, yeah. He's about to confess even though he might not have done it. Why did you have to kill him?
Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
He asks the lieutenant. I love that Kim's just not saying anything up until that point. He's not trying to stop me or anything.
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
This is insane! Did he hurt you? Is that why? Did you get some kind of sick kick out of killing him?
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Anyone? Have you killed someone else then?
He ignores you.
Oh no, he did not.
More. Press on. Push through.
This is so insane. This is blowing my mind. The amount of stuff that you will never see in a single playthrough because of the choices you have to make. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, all this for a Half-Life check, right? That I never even knew existed the first time around. What a game. Oh yeah, I mean that's again, Warren, right? Like there's going to be some similar grounds, right? There are major plot points and all that. But it feels like we're playing a completely different genre. It's not the psychological drama and investigate. It feels like a weird comedy, like psychological weird comedy. That's something that, what's his name? Gilliam. Terry Gilliam would have directed, right? That's what it feels like right now. Or Wes Anderson. Yeah. I mean, that's sort of like, weird vibe. Yeah. It is so interesting. I'm like, there's not that many games where you can replay and feel like you're getting something completely fresh. Especially like, it's not like I've played this like, 10, 15 years ago, like some games, like I'm replaying Mass Effect and it feels brand new because I mostly forgot, everything except the very big plot points. Like this is something I played 2.5 years ago. And it still feels completely fresh to play because of so many differences, and completely changes the tone, and feels like I'm a different character and everyone reacts differently to me. Like it colors everything. And where the beauty of the writing happens is that even if a character says a line that they might have said exactly the same last time, it's going to feel different because it fits differently in the context of the character that we are, right? Like it changes the whole vibe of it. Like it's not easy to write that shit and make it feel seamless regardless of your decisions. Like the first time, I don't remember the conversation too well, but maybe the first time that I played and you talked to Lena, and it feels like she's, like very motherly and kind to you because you're clearly struggling, but you're nice to her, and it all feels fine. Like she's just like, oh, poor guy, right? This time around, it feels like by the end of it, she was like, oh, this dude lost it. Like it completely colors her maternal figure as someone who's just like pitying you almost, as opposed to just, you know, being kind to you because you are struggling. It's not easy to write something like that. I'm very impressed. What's up, Happy? How are you doing today? All right, let's push him. Did you kill Sylvie?
Fuck you, man.
Okay, that's uncalled for.
That's enough.
You can't tell who the remark is aimed at, you or Gart. I think it was for Gart. You have not entirely convinced me.
That's a real pity.
He stares angrily at you. Brilliant. Before you say they hoisted him up on a tree, who did you mean by they?
Oh, I meant the union dock workers. You know, the guys who everyone is saying killed him, which no one is saying about me, because I did it.
Oh, that is so great. The way he just returns to it. God. Mwah. This is the best video game ever made. Well, okay. Let me rephrase. This is the best video game ever written. Design-wise, you know, there's some cool original things in there, but it's still somewhat of a classic, you know, CRPG, right? I don't. If we're talking like design, I think something like Blueprints probably deserves a little more flowers. But writing, come on, like absolutely miles above anything else. It's exceptional. Who's this everyone?
The locals, the customers, the people who eat here. A lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Did the debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
Débardeur. We talked about that last time, I'm pretty sure, because I remember talking about that specific word, but débardeur in French is the term we use for those tank tops. Like, you know, like imagine like a white tank top that a dock worker would wear on a warm day, right? That's a débardeur. So, interesting name for them to call themselves that. This was very... I think we talked about it, but... the usage of the French and even like some of the world and how everything feels like, and the writing itself and some of like the surrealist mood. It very much reminds me of Infinite Jest by David Foster Wallace. A lot of the same sort of deconstruction, like postmodernism of, you know, the writing and stories, and yeah. Wife beater is what they're called in the States. Isn't that like a nickname though for the tank tops? Or which is what a terrible name for it. Yeah. I understand what it comes from, like culturally speaking, but terrible, of course. The slang for them, yeah. Isn't the clothing called after the profession? I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, I don't remember if we actually looked at it last time. Débardeur. Etymology. I'm looking at it in French. Vient du verbe débarder, from the verb débarder, that meant unloading wood or merchandises off of a boat or a vehicle. There you go. Yeah. You are correct. That's what it comes from. Very interesting. Officially is just an undershirt. Okay. Yeah, that's true, Scoop. Yeah, I mean, there's... If I had, like, you, let's say you had given me a test version of this game before it came out, and you were like, do you think this game's going to be a big hit? And, you know, I would have been like, I don't know, man. At the time when it came out, you know, like RPGs, slow RPGs like that weren't really a thing anymore. Not like in the late 90s, right? Where RPGs with a lot of reading were a big thing. Final Fantasy, Baldur's Gate, Planescape, all that stuff, right? It was pretty much a dead genre at that point. And it's already pretty niche in itself. So like, I would be like, I don't know. Now, to be fair, I think the game really benefited. I don't know the exact story, but I believe I remember talking about that last time. Like some of you guys told me about the sort of the story of the game. I think the final cut with all the voice acting really helped. Like sort of bringing the game to a larger audience. Because the first version was mostly reading, and obviously that's another hurdle, right? But it still, you know, it still was successful enough for them to actually go back and invest in the voice acting and everything. So it must have had found an audience, because you wouldn't do that with a game that just doesn't, you know, didn't sell or anything, right? So there must have been some success, which is great. Fantastic. I'm so glad this game exists and that it found its audience. Former mother-in-law bought me a pack of wife beaters shortly after I got married. Not sure what she was telling me. Well, I don't know, Timmy, but how's your marriage going? I'm more interested in that. Like Zero Parades? I don't know how Zero Parades did, financially speaking. I'm not too interested in that part. I know I'm excited to play it myself. I'll say that. But obviously, I'm sure it's been a struggle for many reasons. Downsized the studio after it came out, yeah. Well, which, who knows, might have happened either way, right? We are in the 2026 gaming industry's environment, after all, so. Probably meant a lot more engagement with it. I mean, I don't know, Zakaria. I mean, you know, I have a lot of thoughts about that. I don't think, for me, Expedition 33, from like a writing perspective and a story perspective, is pretty mediocre. I know a lot of people enjoyed that story and really resonated with it. For me, it was just very... the way I was describing it is, it felt like a very juvenile narrative. In the sense that it felt like the kind of stuff that a young, aspiring writer would have written their first draft before they, you know, acquired more experience and had more outside help from editors and all that to get something better. I mean, I know the entire story, start to finish. I've seen it more than once. And it did nothing to change my mind. In fact, quite the opposite. The end of Act 1 is my biggest issue. The end of Act 1 and the transition into Act 2 is my biggest issue with the narrative of the game. I think there's a break in the structure that is irredeemable. And it completely undermines the entire narrative. And then I think the end of Act 2 into Act 3 is just nonsense. It's to me, it's like that's the part where I'm like, yeah, this should have, this should have been revised into a story that's a bit more meaningful than this. Again, what I like, I describe it as a juvenile attempt at a story about grief. But again, I understand it resonates with a lot of people. I'm not saying my opinion is the truth. I'm just giving my personal opinion on the thing, right? Like, if you like it, awesome. Like, there's nothing better than liking things. So I'm very happy that the game found its audience and that so many people love it, and that it brings the sort of JRPG genre on the forefront again, because I love those games typically. Yeah, I think it's great. And, it's cool that a French studio gets that much of a large success on a global scale. Like, that's pretty unprecedented, and that's amazing. And I love the director of the game. Guillaume Broche is incredible. I love his thoughts. I love the passion he has for gaming. I think he's a really good dude. He's a cool dude, and I think he deserves to be given a shit ton of money to make whatever he wants to make next. So, nothing but respect. It's just sometimes things work for you and sometimes they don't. There's definitely a bit of subjectivity there. I don't know, Nibiru. Maybe so. Those were not my main issues, though. I think the sillier aspects, that's just a personal thing. I'm just like, whatever. I think the tone of the game's a little all over the place, but that wouldn't have been enough, I think, to make me quit. I think the major, like, structural issues were my main problem. It made me lose interest in the story altogether. But yeah, I think, and I don't want to go into the details because there's plenty of people that haven't played it yet, and I'm not about to spoil it for anyone, but if I were to sum up the main issue of the game in one very small change, which, well, okay, it's a small change to, it's a very short sentence to phrase what the problem is. It would be a massive rewriting to implement. But in my opinion, they picked the wrong point of view character, which leads to all of the main issues I have with the narrative. And they, again, I don't want to spoil anything or ruin anything for anyone. They made the mistake twice, which is the worst part. But changing the point of view character of the game would solve so many problems with it. And it would have made for such a better story. And I don't know why they didn't do it. I cannot figure it out. Because it seems so obvious from a writing standpoint that the point of view character is not the actual main character that has the theme built around and that has the correct position for the player to relate with and explore the story in a meaningful way. And I'm afraid that the answer is that they didn't think that most of the gaming audience would have wanted to play a female main character. That's my worry. Because a lot of, like, the JRPG historically is, you play a dude and that's it. That's almost every JRPG. I mean, Final Fantasy 13 broke that mold, but it's quite a unique example, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that's the reason. I hope it's not, but it's hard not to think about it. Well, that's the thing, though. I don't think it would have happened, Credo. In fact, it would have brought a lot less questions. Because the fact that you're playing a character that has so much to hide, including his main motivation, and that and you as the audience, you don't have an insight in that, it doesn't work. You can have an unreliable narrator, that's a thing, but it needs to lie to you in terms of his motivation. In this case, you're not getting lied to even. You're not given any reason. And every time it's brought up, the few time it's brought up by the other characters, which is another entire problem, like the other characters shouldn't be trusting that person, it's just completely sidestepped and ignored. Instead of feed them a fucking lie. Exactly, Nibiru. 7 makes sense because the character, well, I mean, in the character, in the case of 7, or even fucking Disco Elysium, the character doesn't know themselves because they're amnesia, there's an amnesia thing. But you could have a proper, unreliable, lying character. They just need to lie. They need to give a front-facing story, not just for the other characters, but for the audience, that is believable. Instead, you're given a character that you have no way to relate to. Because they're a complete mystery, and they act as a mystery. Now, imagine if you had the other point of view. If you played from the point of view of Mael, now you can be curious about it. You can be like, I wonder if this guy's lying to us. I wonder what is, and you can maybe play on that and question that. And you have the perspective of a character who arguably also has a ton of, mystery and secrets. But like Final Fantasy VII or Disco Elysium, she's in the right position for it because she does not remember. She does not know. She does not, consciously think about those things. She's discovering it as you go along, which is the posture of the audience. But, again, I understand that's, those are pretty, like, specific narrative, like, theory things. And I don't think they could have gotten away with it in a book, for instance. Because it would be jarring in a book that so much information's not being delivered. In a video game, you get away with it because most people are probably just, oh yeah, I'm just playing with a character. People are used to having, like, a blank slate character, which the point of view character in Expedition 33 is not a blank slate character, but as a player, you're used to having a character that doesn't really, give you information. So you kind of like, oh, I'm just playing a game, I'm killing things, I'm listening to the story when it happens, and it feels very, you can get away with a bit more. Doesn't make it less flawed and jarring, narratively speaking, but it is what it is, I guess. I have a few issues with Act 1 too, Hafi, but I think it would be a bit more manageable. My, when I was asked about it, my solution for Act 1, for the end, my solution to fix some of that problem was the end of Act 1 should have happened at the beginning of the game, after the prologue. Right as they land on the beach. That should have been the, obviously adapting the things, right? But the event of the end of Act 1 should have happened there. Because then it becomes like, oh shit, like that moment of shock for the player, but it's early enough that, okay, that was just a prologue. Cool, now we know the kind of world we live in, and and then you swap to Mael as the main character. And bam, then you can work on that theme of grief and all that process, and it would have been so much better. But oh well. That's how you get gamers like Credo who focus more on the gameplay. But anyway, I didn't want to go in a long analysis and rant on Expedition 33, but I don't think so, Heffy. I don't think so, because the prologue did most of the hard work there. And then you could have had the whole actual story be from the perspective of a character who is at the core of everything else, right? As far as Gustave, as far as Gustave goes, which you start playing the game with, like in the prologue, Act 1 doesn't add anything to it anymore. So having him as the point of view character is so weird, because it doesn't add anything to it anymore. In fact, I would argue, but that's again going into some of the details, I'd argue that Gustave's behavior in Act 1 is completely contrary to what you see in the prologue. In so many ways. And it undermines the theme rather than enhances it. But, oh well. Again, it's hard to talk about it without like blatantly spoiling everything and talking about all the finer things, so it's unfortunately not the place and time for this. But, yeah. But yes, all this to say that, yeah, Zakaria, I don't think me playing more of the game would have changed anything. Plus the community would have hated my opinions on the game. So, I'd rather not make people unhappy and bother them with that stuff. Nobody would have wanted to watch. Like most of the hardcore fans of that community would have wanted to stay very far away from my opinions on the game, I think. No, I mean, I know the entire story now. I didn't know when I first played. I stopped when I stopped because I was sort of just uninterested at this point. But then I watched. At this point, I've watched 3 people play the whole thing, and each new playthrough, and I'm rewatching more things, and I'm noticing more details. The more I notice, the more annoyed I am at the some of the decisions that I feel could have been pretty easily solved to make the story a little more interesting. But oh yeah, I mean, absolutely happy. I think I think that's art in general, right? There's a subjective aspect to it that is undeniable, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So, yeah. I would be very suspicious of a piece of art that just pleases everyone. I would tend to think that it probably doesn't do anything very unique or very in-depth or very interesting. It just casts a wide net of superficial, like superficial interest, right? Which most people look at and like, oh yeah, that's nice. And then you never think about it again, but everyone likes it because it's just, not very thought-provoking or anything. As soon as you make something that sort of goes a bit deeper and provokes some thoughts, obviously some people are not going to vibe with it. That's kind of the whole point, I think. I would rather have plenty of those games, even if I end up not liking them, rather than getting another fucking, superficial, wide net, simplistic story. I'm not trying to name any franchises there, but you know who you are. Call of Duty. Which, again, I'm obviously I'm being provocative, but Call of Duty is a video game. If you just enjoy it, you don't care about the story, and you just enjoy it for the gameplay, awesome, right? Like, there's nothing better to enjoy things. I like plenty of stuff that is very underwhelming myself, to really look at it. But it's just fun to play, and that's great. And it's the same with movies or music or whatever. I mean, music I'm a little more difficult, but like movies, I love watching bad movies. They're fun. I don't need to watch, you know, I don't need to watch There Will Be Blood every week. I can watch Road Trip and have fun with it. I had a sociology professor who claimed that not a single piece of unique art has been created since the Madonna. I mean, I think there's a lot in that statement, Credo, much of which we don't have time to discuss now. But I don't know. The uniqueness of art, the process of taking inspiration, taking elements from other things and then putting them together and expressing your vision of the world through basically piecing together the things you like, and it's all a really weird process, right? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting thought. But I don't know if that, if you really go on that line of thinking, even the Neanderthals I don't even know if the Neanderthals did that. Like the cavemen who drew pictures on their walls, it didn't come from nothing. It was a creative process, but the uniqueness of it is it's stopped by the fact that they were drawing things they had seen, right? So like, nothing comes from nothing. Nothing is purely unique from a creative standpoint. It all comes from something else. And again, I'm a big proponent of, I don't know if that's the word, but I'm a big advocate of, you don't care about the uniqueness of it in the sense of you don't intentionally try to be original. Because that's just a fool's errand. You can fail without realizing it. Because you might think you created something super unique, but someone else might have read something that's very similar and then they're like, whatever. It's not that, it's pretty cliche. The uniqueness and the originality of a piece of art is in the eyes of the audience or the ears or whatever. It's on the audience's side. It's never on the creator's side, because we all have different experience and culture and knowledge and baggage and everything you want, right? So trying to make something unique in that sense is pointless. I never, at least, try to do that. I'm trying to make something that is honest, authentic, right? Something that really comes from me, something that fits me. Because that, there's only one of, right? Who you are, really. That's the only unique thing you have about you, probably. And even then, you're a combination of plenty of... But let's not get that deep into it, right? You're a unique individual. If you make something that truly comes from you, authentic, honest, the rest will follow. At least that's what I believe. But she also, by the way, claimed that the female orgasm is purely a creation of modernity and culture rather than biology, arguing that there's no biological imperative for the female to enjoy the act of sex. She would love Ben Shapiro, who famously admitted that he never made his wife orgasm. Which, under no pressure whatsoever, by the way, he admitted that. Absolute fucking... Alright, Engthar, have a good one. Which, by the way, I don't know how true that is, but I remember learning at some point, I think when I was in either high school or... Yeah, that wasn't the female orgasm so that they would stay lying and like tired and not move right away, so that it would make sure that the semen wouldn't, get expelled by movement or standing or. I thought that was. I remember reading that at some point. I don't know how true that is, but if we're talking about like the biological necessity for it, that might have, led to some selection there. Results in semen being pushed further in, potentially? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a biologist, obviously, but... Weird takes by your professor, Credo. I would love to have a conversation with that person. I think it says more about her than it says about other people. Oh, man. Anyway, let's go back to the conversation with Guard. We went on a massive, crazy tangent right there. A lot of dock workers. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it. Did the debauder themselves tell her this, or is this a rumor?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her.
Why would the dock workers lynch this man?
I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
That's kind of rude.
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
Okay. I remember a little bit of that. Completely unhinged. First mention after the rise of Western society, modern world. I feel like there are other, more likely reasons for that, Credo. I think it's because most of the literature and records were created and taken by men who probably didn't care very much about that part. I think that's a more likely explanation. But again, I don't know. I'm not a sociology professor, and she was. Maybe she has a point. Who the fuck knows? Not me. I have another question.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Okay. Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
Okay. This is the second time you've avoided the subject. Fine. Or my favorite answer here, she pertains to the coming apocalypse.
Does she? Maybe she does. Maybe she pertains to the apocalypse. Sylvie is not here because I asked for her number. The dead body out back didn't help either, but it was mostly me. I hope you appreciate that.
Wow. Okay. So what I'm hearing is you've been a creep with the lady, and so she left? I've never related to Gart more as my character. I think maybe there's common ground between me and Raphael, Ambrosius, Cousteau, and Gart.
Thank you.
The lieutenant says he opened his little notebook. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Didn't go well. Mystery solved!
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct.
This stuff gets on my nerve. I am a feminist. I guess I like to be thorough. Everything has something to do with everything. I don't know, I just went for it. You're right, I probably shouldn't have asked. I wonder, okay. This is making me think how funny it would be to both claim that I'm a feminist and also demean women at every opportunity. That would be quite funny. Everything has something to do with everything. I don't know. I like the I don't know. I just went for it because it's just like I don't really care about the investigation, right? Which is kind of what we've been doing so far. It's like I don't know. I just want drugs, alcohol, and smokes, and hit on women, who are all whores, by the way. I don't care about no investigation. That's been the through line of our characters so far. What's up, Zia? I don't know. I just went for it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that, I think.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
That's all.
Let's go.
Okay, this went very well.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
What's real?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
Real. He pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic accent.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
I like that he's not doing the real, you know, he's like, by real, do you mean some form of street cred? That's such a good answer.
No, you don't owe me street cred. You owe me money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
He points to the red ledger on the counter. What do I owe this place for? But what exactly is my... You're under arrest is so good. Oh. I would love to, like, do the other lines first. Like, what exactly is money, or what do I owe this place for? And then he explains shit and I'm like, you're under arrest. But I want to make sure I'm not missing on it. So I'm going to go straight for it, I think.
You can't arrest me. I haven't done anything.
Okay, you're not under arrest. Authority put this man in his place? Oh, I don't know why I said that. I thought it's something a cop would say. Oh my god, hold on. We have a 58% chance of getting this. We have a +2 because we know about Sylvie and the incident. Okay. I mean, I don't think my chances are very good, but I'm gonna try. I mean, 58. It's not bad.
Did someone order a vague, farcical reading of the law? More than one pops into your head.
Let's go! Refusal to aid an officer of the peace. You are impeding me from carrying out a murder investigation with your inane request for money. Or, I wonder what Sylvie has to say about that. Oh man. I mean, the first one is like asshole cop, like overzealous cop, right? The second one's like, that one's a deep cut, right? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna tag this man straight to his soul. I kind of like it. A lot more brief, but Which, again, you know, I feel like our character doesn't really care too much about the investigation at this point. He's not worried about doing his job. I think this one's maybe not for us. I wonder what Sylvie has to say about that.
Are you trying to frighten me now? What is this?
This is me threatening you with excruciating legal procedures because you're impeding with my investigation. You tell me what this is. Did you rape her? Holy fuck, dude. Okay. Holy crap. I mean, we have to go for it. Them's the rules. All right. we're going for it.
Fine. Fuck this. I'll do it myself. I'll call your station. What was it, 41? I'll ask them to pay for the room. The drinks and the window you still have to pay for. That's 70. Are we done, officers?
Damn, that worked. That's unbelievable. Also, he kind of really quickly dodged the question there. Which, obviously, it was a wild accusation, but he didn't even deny or anything. He was like, okay, I'm just dodging that question. That's a little suspicious. I have no memory of drinking them. I am not paying for the drinks. I won't pay for the window. I have no memory of drinking them. I'm not paying for the drinks.
The ledger does. The ledger has a memory. The drinks are non-negotiable. There's no way your station will pay for them.
I won't pay for the window.
Fine, I'll take it off the bill. You want to sleep in a post-apocalyptic shithole? Go ahead. But I'm not giving you another room.
Oh shit, now we have a broken window for the rest of it. Goodbye, and thank you for your cooperation. Cool. Leave. I'm just gonna say cool.
No, not cool. You still owe me 30 for the drinks. If you don't have it by tonight, I'm not letting you back up there.
He points upstairs.
That's enough now, sir. Good day.
Oh,
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
do I even have one?
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
I don't know, near, south maybe? Far away up on Marvel Hill. By the way, I just want to mention how crazy, like, dude, I'm pretty sure the first time I played this, I tried to slip away. And I'm pretty sure we failed. And I'm pretty sure I almost crashed into the old lady because I, like, ran away and tried to flip the bird, which in itself was pretty unhinged. But it was not as unhinged as this. This was a lot crazier. Like on a, you know, profound psychological level. Not as explosive and funny. But really deeply deranged. I don't know. Up on Marvel Hill, since like referencing some old memory of something. Near south. I'm gonna go with far away. Far away sounds enigmatic.
In time or space?
Oh, this is so cool. Both.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Could I trace the way back somehow to the exact street, the exact number on a building? I live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobocop. What was that about? Oh yeah, pay for damages. You need to pay for the damages you caused in the whirling in rags. You want to have a place to stay tonight. Ask around for money and be careful with your spending. If you're unsure how much you owe, ask Gart. The exact street, the exact number on the building. I don't know. I feel like this is too gentle. I'll live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobocop. Yeah, I mean, that's one more title to add, right?
Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Okay. That gave us a proper thought. Temporary research bonus, -1 composure, ungainly and rambling. And 420 minutes. That has to be intentional. A cop and a hobo cop. Upsides can be disheveled, doesn't have to wash, carries himself with lurched gusto. Hobo cop doesn't need anyone or anything. No one can kick you out because you don't have a home. Never pay rent again. Never again here. You're drunk. Why did you even come here, Harry? Oh, name drop. That is so interesting. I think in the game, the first mention of the name happened so late. And literally in this one, in like the first, like a normal person, first hour of gameplay, right? Crazy. Go home, you're embarrassing yourself. Downsides? Are there any? I mean, seriously, give me one. You know, makes a good point, I think. The -1 composure is a little annoying, but... yeah, why not? Let's do it. The player would probably assume it's a random name, yeah. Which, again, is another super clever way in which the game's... in which the game is just... delivering information to you without really looking like it is. Which so very naturally leads to a point later down the line where you're like, oh my god, that was my actual name all along. How amazing. Also, look at that picture. So insane. A bunch of trash and everything, and... I don't know exactly all the representations, but... I love that. Okay.
Can I help you?
Oh my god, there's so many more. So many more things to talk about. And then we'll need to get out of here and, you know... we probably need to talk to Kim as well, don't we?
Yes.
Wait, I can try this one again? Oh, did I not try it? I may have not tried it earlier. I may have thought about doing it and didn't. I'm not sure. Or was that when Inland Empire insulted me? Oh, I got +1 because it was a murder. I think that unlocked it, potentially. Oh. Man, I hope I didn't miss on one opportunity. I don't remember if I did. Whatever. It's at this point, it's too late anyway. But I need to make sure I do those checks to not miss on any chance, right? We probably would have failed. Even if... I don't remember if I did or not, but we would have failed. Right, so there's a lot more conversation to go through before we even leave this place. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for tomorrow. Holy. What a video game. Didn't even see the time fly. We're like 40 minutes later than my usual ending time. And I did not even notice how late we were. It was all so smooth, so nice. What a game. Feels good to be back. Both on stream and in the world of Disco Elysium. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate you all. Yeah, thank you for the support. Thank you for the gift subs and the resubs. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. Make sure to follow if you haven't done so yet. You can also join us on Discord if you want the most reliable live notifications every day when I go live. There's also a spoiler chat for anyone who wants to partake into conversations that can't happen in the chat for spoiler reasons. Yeah, follow all the things. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Disco Elysium. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.